Welcome to the proverbial moving day in long format cricket. Day 3 of this round 3 clash of this 4-day series, CSA 4D series. And we've been blessed with amazing weather yet again. The first 2 days were uninterrupted. Beautiful weather here in SuperSport Park in Centurion. Plenty of work for the DP World Lions to do. They will resume their first innings on 269 for 6 after 78 overs with Bjorn Fortuin on 38 not out and Delano Potgieter on 41. And crucially though, they still need to wipe out 99 runs worth of first innings deficit. Bowled beautifully the momentum multiplied Titans yesterday. I would have wanted to push for one more wicket. And this partnership becomes very crucial for the DP World Lions. We want to chalk off as much of that deficit as possible. And that is the match summary. DP World Lions still trail by 99 runs. 368 on first innings momentum multiplied Titans. Thanks to some starts from Jorgs van Schalkwyk, Lesego Senekwan and Rivaldo Munsemi all crossing the 50 mark. And then in reply, the DP World Lions, thanks largely to a wonderful contribution from their captain with the bat, Dominic Hendricks, 79 of 165, spent plenty of time out in the middle. He, along with his batting partner, his opening batting partner, Josh Richards, put on a fantastic opening stand of over 100 runs. And then Delano Potgieter at the end. There's a little bit of a speed bubble in the middle order for the DP World Lions. A couple of wickets in quick succession in that middle to last session. And then Bjorn Fortuin proving yet again how valuable he is to this side and contributing 38 after 75 deliveries and a crucial partnership with Delano Potgieter. Junior Dala, the pick of the bowlers. He was the Chiefs destroyer in that middle to last session. He picked up 3 for 51 yesterday. But it'll be Janko Smit who will open things up this morning. He'll bowl to Bjorn Fortuin. And it's a nice start, but it's a good single. Off the mark on day number 3 are the DP World Lions. Next to me is Ken Borland, who's been keeping a BDI on action all throughout the first 3 days of this very much crucial round 3 4-day series clash between these two rivals. A proverbial moving day today, Ken.
Morning, Pelisande, and morning to the listeners and viewers. Especially moving day with the second new ball available in 11 deliveries time. The momentum multiplied Titans will be very happy about that. Normally, best time for bowling here at SuperSport Park in the morning. Just a little bit of overnight moisture still around. The notorious deep point position comes into play. Saved a boundary on that occasion.
Always start with it, especially on a day when getting the last 4 wickets is so important for the momentum multiplied Titans. I'd like to see that fielder up in the circle, create a little bit more pressure. But yes, spoke about maybe some overnight moisture because the pitch has been under covers overnight. Might be something for Janko Smit and for the momentum multiplied Titans bowlers. And like that, it kept a little bit low. Bjorn Fortuin playing for some bounce. Didn't happen. And Janko Smit with the first breakthrough of this third morning. Crucial wicket to get for the momentum multiplied Titans.
What a start for the Titans. Janko Smit, we'll just have to see where this pitches. I don't think Bjorn Fortuin got particularly far forward. It was more a kind of shuffle across the crease. And let's just see, did this delivery misbehave or was it a misjudgment by Fortuin? But either way, a massive breakthrough for the Titans in the first over of the day. Bjorn Fortuin bowled by Janko Smit for 39. He was there for just short of 2 hours overall. 77 balls and 4 fours. Oh, you could see the frustration there. He would have been mentally preparing and warming up well this morning, and would have been really determined to make it a long innings today and get that deficit down. And he's barely lost a delivery. Cody Yusuf comes to the crease. Useful with the bat. Has shared in some very important partnerships down the order for the Lions.
Yeah, what a wicket to get. It was important a partnership to break for the Momentum Multiply Titans, and just 3 balls into the start of play. Excellent from the home side. That's what everybody who supports this franchise would have wanted to see. First up, early wicket. Try and have as much of a buffer as you possibly can to start your second innings with the bat. Cody Yusuf, international now. Cody Yusuf has played plenty of cricket in the off-season. Played some county cricket. I think it was for Kent in the UK. That's better. That's nice stride in forward. You make mention of him being able to contribute, Cody Yusuf. He's done it in the past. Shared in some important partnerships for the lower order over the years for the Lions. We'll need him to stand up again today, Cody Yusuf. Delphos boy. Cody Yusuf played a lot of his club cricket for Delphos.
First class batting average of over 18 for Cody Yusuf. So that shows that he's handy, that he can certainly hold up his end. And a lot of responsibility now on Delano Potgieter. I think he might attack that second new ball, try and make hay while the sun shines, and it is shining very brightly and very warmly at Centurion today. Not a cloud in the sky from our vantage point.
Goes for the Yorker Yanko Smith. Kept out by Cody Yusuf. A great start for the Momentum Multiply Titans. They got the wicket of Bjorn Fortuin. 2-7, 1 for 7. And crucially, still behind by 97 runs, the DP World Lions.
So this is the last over with the old ball. Looks like Dayan Khalim is going to be bowling with it. Warm him up for the second new ball. Didn't open the bowling in this innings. Desard Williams and the impressive Yanko Smith took the new ball at the start, but I think it being early morning, the Lions started batting just after 11 o'clock on the second day, and by then the early moisture probably has gone, but Khalim maybe will be hoping to get a bit of swing with that second new ball.
Yeah, bowled nicely yesterday. 1 for 57 and 14. It's good control for the captain, Donovan Ferreira. It's one of those guys that you look for contributions from. All-round cricketer. Good economy rate. Kept things tight for the Titans yesterday. A wicket. It was a big one as well.
Well, if he can nip out Potgieter here, that will also be a massive strike. One feels Delano Potgieter, the main obstacle between the Titans and a very handy first innings lead. 97 runs to the good at the moment, and we saw the mallet out yesterday, but at the other end, at the Hen Observer end, but now the West Lane end. Just needing a bit of attention.
Yeah, he probably feels it's a little bit of a ridge. Those foot marks. Also very sort of sensitive cricketer. He's had a lot of injuries, so you want to make sure that that landing sort of area is as firm as possible so he avoids any sort of injury. Good work from the ground staff. Bram Mong, he's an excellent ground staff here at SuperSport Park.
Dayan Khalim has had his share of ankle injuries, so can't blame him for wanting to make sure his landing area is absolutely right.
Got my head groundsman mixed up. Brian Bloy here at SuperSport Park. He'd be very upset I called him Bram Mong.
Brian. Easy mistake to make. Philip.
Not the same thing, no. Yeah, Potgieter's approach here becomes so crucial. He can easily chalk off those 97 runs on his own. Naturally an aggressive cricketer, Delano Potgieter, by evidence of that 169 that he scored against the Dolphins last week at Hollywood Bets Kingsmead. Loves bat on ball. Needs an ally though, and Cody Yusuf is more than handy as an ally to just stick around so that at least they draw level on the scoreboard with the momentum multiply Titans.
Brief shot there of groundsman Brian Bloy sitting below us in the media centre. There he is. Always a anxious first few overs of the day for the groundsman, especially the first morning. They have this recurring nightmare that the first ball of the day is going to roll. It's a tough job being a groundsman. Just out of screen, when you get a shot of the pitch again, there's an interesting field placing with Donovan Ferreira very close in at a short extra cover.
It's a tough job preparing a wicket that's going to last all 4 days. And I think Brian's done an excellent job. It's offered so much to both skills, and to both sets of skills. It's had something for the batters, and batters have got in. And it's also kept the bowlers interested. Obviously, the natural wear and tear of a wicket that's been played on for 3 days, it's always going to happen. But generally, it's held up nicely, this wicket.
Well, for a third day pitch, it actually looks really good, I'd say. And the wonderful thing about it is that not only has it been good for batting and bowlers can get a bit out of it, but both pace and spin. Spinners have had a role to play on this pitch, and I think they'll have more of a role to play, especially tomorrow. There's a little bit more wear and tear visible on the pitch today, as you'd expect, being day 3. But it still looks pretty good, must say, for batting. Just a little bit of a rough patch developing at the end to which Khalim is bowling now. That's nicely punched by Cody Yusuf, getting on top of the bounce well. It would be to the left-hander, though, outside the left-hander's off stump. Just a small patch developing, nothing too alarming, but it does give the spinners something to aim at against the left-hander. Tsepo and Ndwandwe, of course, bowled a lot yesterday from this West Lane end, bowling towards that rough patch.
Nice tidy over. First one for Diane Khalim on this third morning. Just the 2 singles, 2 7 3 for 7. Yeah, that's going to keep the spinners, especially for the left-hander. There's one out in the middle now for the DP World Lions in Delano Potgieter. Will certainly keep Tsepo Ndwandwe, perhaps Donovan Ferreira interested, that little bare patch, because of the footmarks of the follow-through from the bowlers.
You can hear from the thwack off the bat there. It's a nice and hard second new ball that Janko Smit has taken straight away, as expected. A little bit surprised, though, that there's still only 2 slips and a gully. Especially to the new man, Cody Yusuf. Titans have not been particularly aggressive in their field settings in this innings.
Still like to see that point back up in the ring. Still has that deep point in operation. There's Janko Smit, especially to the new batter and Cody Yusuf. They have the benefit of attacking a little bit more. It's lower order now. You're looking to finish up this innings.
Yeah, I could tolerate it the first 2 overs of the day because they obviously didn't want to leak too many early runs before the second new ball. But yeah, it's just it's an easy one for Cody Yusuf to get him off strike, relieve the pressure. Yeah, I would definitely have deep point up, and if he gets a few through there for boundaries, maybe then you can rethink it.
Dropping square leg back onto the boundary now, Janko Smit. It's the double bluff. It's a length ball instead of the shorter one. Now they're adding more men into the cordon. Jorik van Schalkwyk will swap with Keegan Peterson at first slip. So he'll go first slip. Peterson at third. So 3 slips now in a gully for Janko Smit. That's a little bit better. Nicely played. Just riding the bounce, Cody Yusuf.
There has generally been a bit more bounce bowling from the Henop River end. And Janko Smit, very tall and likes to hit the deck hard, the right man to try and exploit that.
Impressed how they've used him also. Janko Smit and Donovan Ferreira has asked him to mix it up, and you'd always be lured because of his height, his pace. Want to go short too much. Oh, outside edge, and it flashes past the gully. The first boundary of the third morning belongs to the DP World Lions and Delano Potgieter.
Well, streaky one. Smith went pretty full there. Good delivery, and Potgieter was caught a bit unawares.
His pace, want to go short
How
too
close
much.
was this to a catch?
Oh,
Just out of reach of Keegan Peterson. If he had been at a conventional gully, he's kind of like a 5th slip almost, isn't he? In that sort of position, it might have been straight to him.
his pace, want to go short.
for 7, and the deficit is 90 runs as the first over with the second new ball ends.
Yeah, that's on that point about Janko Smith. They used him nicely. Haven't overused that short ball. He's been able to mix it up. No ball from Dayan Khalim. He's been able to mix it up, especially in his lengths. Hasn't gone full-on short ball attack almost all the time, and you'd almost always be lured because of his height and the pace at which he bowls at. You want him to be the aggressor, sort of the enforcer in this bowling lineup, but he's been able to hit his natural back of a length and then occasionally use the short ball and pitched it up a little bit fuller. And when you're able to do that at that length, at that height, you become a real handful for any batting lineup. Saw the delivery that got Bjorn Fortuin out this morning, fuller length, hitting the stumps. So that's what you want to see from young players, being able to bowl at different lengths.
That one kept a little low. That's the thing about being a tall bowler, though. How you get that advantage from that is because you're so tall, you can pitch it fuller and still get that steep bounce, and that's your advantage. That's what you need to be doing. Don't go short, because then you're just like any other bowler. Rather bowl it a little bit fuller and get the advantage that your height has given you.
Pick up 2 here, Cody Yusuf, a man a little bit gingerly coming off the boundary there, Janko Smith. A la Molo Morkel.
Maybe thinking about his bowling, but it was excellent running by Cody Yusuf. He very quickly spotted the potential for 2. His first 2 paces were as if it was just going to be a comfortable one, and you could just hear him shout 2, 2, 2, and accelerating, and very comfortable 2 runs in the end. Again, it's that gap pillar, isn't it? It's just too easy.
Especially with a new ball in operation. You want to bowl as many deliveries to the new batter and Cody Yusuf. So that D point just comes in a little bit. And I know they want to be, get a nice buffer going into that second innings with the bat. You got to look to get batters out, and especially with the new ball in hand. Nicely controlled. Down to fine leg for a single. Punch of the back foot from Cody Yusuf. A long chase for Junior Dala. Does well. Excellent fielder. And 2 runs to end the 82nd over. It's 282 for 7. The deficit is 83. It's the breakdown of fall of wickets. The first one falling at 85. Those next 2 wickets, literally a ball apart. Mitch van Buren went first ball. And a nice elongated partnership for the 3rd wicket, 97 to 140. And then again, a few wickets in clusters, 140 and 189 and 189 between the 4th and the 6th. So wickets can fall quickly. Batted beautifully, Delano Potgieter and Bjorn Fortuin to steer them to the close of play last night, 189 to 271, which was a nice partnership between those 2 batters. Unfortunately for Bjorn Fortuin, losing his wicket on the 3rd ball of this 3rd morning.
What will disappoint the Lions is that twice they've lost 2 wickets on the same score. And that's made a big difference in this innings. Has put them under pressure. Still 82 behind, just 3 wickets in hand. 2 wickets falling on 97 and then another 2 on 189. Oh, they've plugged that gap now. That's good. No more deep point. He's come up into the ring.
And crucially, Janko Smith gets another crack at Cody Yusuf, because that man has come up from that point boundary into the circle. He gets more deliveries at the new man, more opportunities to get him out.
And all of that becomes even more important when it's a left-right partnership at the crease. You don't want to have the batters continually changing ends. Makes it difficult for the bowlers to keep adapting to a right-hander, then a left-hander, then a right-hander, then a left-hander. So make it hard for Cody Yusuf to get off strike.
There's a big shout. There's a big shout. They're all going up. Brad White keeps his arms beside himself. Disbelief in the momentum multiplied Titans environment.
What a picture that was of 3 very unhappy Titans cricketers. Peterson, Ferreira and Janko Smith. Can't believe it.
What has it come off?
Could be thigh, could be hip. Really impossible to really tell from that replay, but umpire Brad White's very experienced. Oh, we've got a slow motion. Let's have a look. I think it's off the hip. I think the bat is quite a long way from it, and the bat is now caressing Janko Smith through the covers for 4. What a gorgeous stroke by Cody Yusuf.
Almost inevitably after an appeal, a boundary occurs. It's a beautiful shot. That cover drive, kept the pose, wait into the shot, and all along this beautifully manicured carpet at SuperSport Park for 4. 290 for 7, DP World Lions.
The Lions are probably counting down the runs in 10s. They've now got that deficit into the 70s, 78. Potgieter on 49 not out. Coming off a monumental 169 not out in his last game. He'll be very happy if he can get past 50 again today.
Handy cricketer. Absolutely handy cricketer. Has developed so nicely as Delano Potgieter. He'll get there. It's a 7th first-class half-century for Delano Potgieter. He backs up 169, his highest in first-class cricket last week against the Hollywood Bets Dolphins. And crucially, it's come at the right time for the DP World Lions. Under pressure, they'll hope that it extends to yet another 3-figure score. Well played.
Yeah, he's been there for just shy of 2.5 hours, 109 balls and 6-4. So it's been a patient innings by him. He did shut down shop the latter stages of yesterday evening just to slow his scoring rate down. Made sure he was here in the morning. And he really needs to make sure he takes this innings deep now.
Yeah, it's interesting, that last appeal from Janko Smith. It looked like it went higher than the hip.
From behind is quite an interesting replay. Bottom of the glove, maybe.
Always difficult to give those, though. You're unsighted. It's gone away from his hip. Cody Yusuf, Brad White shakes his head almost immediately. So the umpire was immediately convinced that it didn't come off a glove or top of the handle.
Well, we've seen from those two replays that it actually looks different. The umpire's point of view, looking from the front on, and the guys behind the wicket looking from behind, they see a different picture. And let's just have another look at this. Yeah, you see from behind, it does look close to the glove. I mean, Janko Smith's got absolutely no doubt. Keegan Peterson, Donovan Ferreira, Londre Pretorius also absolutely convinced. And yet you can understand Brad White from his view going, I think that's come off the body.
291 for 7.
That just shows you how important this partnership is. No disrespect to Luto Sapamna. Luto has a decent defensive technique, actually. He can also hang around a bit. Sia Plaiki averaging 6.9. Still early days in his career. But this is really the partnership that has to be a sizable one for the DP World Lions to try and get on even terms on first innings.
Field spread for Delano Potgieter. Mid on and mid off, up in the circle though. It's got a man at sort of a deep mid wicket, deep square leg, fine legs on the boundary. Again, point on the boundary. Obviously want to give him the single so that they can bowl to Cody Yusuf. Goes straight to that man at deep square leg, Joris van Schalkwyk.
It's almost the sort of field you get when there's a set batsman in with number 11. But Delano Potgieter has shown no signs yet of really being ultra aggressive. He trusts Cody Youssef and happy just to take the easy single on offer.
Yeah, you may probably see him be a little bit more aggressive. Maybe after the fall of one more wicket. And Cody Youssef, more than handy. Evidenced by that extra cover drive he played off Janko Smith the previous over. He can bat.
Yeah, but I wonder if that little chat was about don't go chasing really wide balls outside off stump. That's nicely bowled. Important that they've had a discussion about their roles out there, Potgieter and Youssef. Cody Youssef is almost looking more aggressive than Delano Potgieter. Not sure that's the right way around. I think I would prefer Youssef to just be trying to feed Potgieter the strike.
Solid in behind that delivery, Cody Youssef. He's 76 runs. Momentum multiplied Titans would really want to start that second innings with the bat with some sort of foundation. Done well, though, the DP World Lions to chalk off most of it. Nurdled. Too fine for fine leg to catch up with it. And it's gone all the way for 4. Great end to the over for the DP World Lions. 296 for 7 after 85.
Still a handy lead for the Titans if they had to claim these last 3 wickets without much addition to the total. Deficit 72 at the moment, but once you start getting down below 50, it's almost like every run counts twice. Counts double, because not only are the Lions adding that to their total here today, but Titans, when they come out to bat, kind of have to erase that run and then start building a lead. Whereas if you start 60 ahead, that's just a nice little boost to your second innings. Time also could well come into play.
Driven square. Joris van Schalkwyk does really well to catch up to it, but can't prevent the second run. It's good running from that pair. Yeah, a lead gives you that comfort to sort of dictate the tempo of the game. If the momentum multiplied Titans can come into bat with, maybe 40 or 50 runs on the board as a head start, and can come out a little bit more aggressively than they would have if they are on even keel. Still a day and a half. It's gone a little bit too wide or too high over the head of Delano Potgieter. There's still a day and a half left of this match, so still plenty of time to be able to eke out some sort of result, a positive one for either side. I'll be happy the DP World Lions that they are within reach of 368. So one shy of 300 now.
Yeah, it's a funny situation where maybe the Lions' best chance of winning is to have a little bit of a deficit on the first innings, 20 or 30, say, and then come out and maybe they bowl the Titans out cheaply and then give themselves the better part of tomorrow to chase 200, say, something like that. Probably not enough time for the Lions to bat themselves into a big first innings lead. Well, they've only got 3 wickets left anyway, and, the pitch is pretty good. So it's going to take some really good bowling to bowl the Titans out cheaply in their second innings.
Yeah, and that third innings is always tricky. You don't know how much is enough to be able to defend in the fourth innings. So a buffer helps the momentum multiplied Titans to sort of dictate how much they can go and what tempo do they bat at. And give themselves the rest of today should they bowl the DP World Lions out before lunch today. They give themselves the whole day on day 3 and then come back tomorrow. The bowlers a little bit fresh. They've rested overnight and try and really push for a victory on the 4th day. So many permutations now come into play in thought processes, plans from either coaching staff. First bit, though, for the DP World Lions is to chalk off the rest of the 69 runs. And then you start off on even keel, and then you can try and sort of work out what is best for you to chase in the 4th innings. 300 up on the board for the DP World Lions. 300 for 7.
Yeah, in a funny sort of way, I don't think the Lions need to totally erase the deficit. I think if they just 20 or 30 runs behind, it in a funny way, it almost puts the pressure back on the Titans. The Titans, having lost their first 2 games, they're going to be desperate for a win, which is going to encourage them to make some sort of declaration, to give themselves enough time to bowl the Lions out, maybe dangle a bit of a carrot. Again, nicely bowled by Janko Smit. And as you say, Peter, the Titans will kind of have to set the pace. And sometimes in the 3rd innings, the team trying to set up the declaration gets it wrong and ends up getting themselves bowled out for too little. So, if the Lions can just halve this deficit, or 68 at the moment, I think they'll be pretty happy.
In front of square, the point fielder's behind. And that's a super shot that from Delano Potgieter. The boundaries have been rare on this 3rd morning. The bowling's been good from the momentum multiplied Titans, but Delano Potgieter good enough on that occasion to get 4.
He's a lovely languid timer of the ball, isn't he, Delano Potgieter? There's a lot of power there, but it seems fairly effortless. Sends it racing away to the point boundary.
That's an even better shot. An on-drive of the highest quality from Delano Potgieter. Back-to-back boundaries of the Janko Smit over.
This is when the Titans start getting a bit worried about the second new ball going for quick runs, which can happen. Potgieter looks in and nicely set this morning now.
Around the wicket now for Janko Smith. Talented family, the Potgieter family. Older brother, Jean-Andre. Feared club cricketer, Jean-Andre. Plays his cricket now for the Pirates Cricket Club, Jean-Andre Potgieter. Clipped in front of square. Lots of work for Yorkshire van Schalkwyk. Does it well. And keeps it just down to the 2 runs. Grown into a fine cricketer now, Delano Potgieter. Was speaking about his development a little bit earlier on. Had to make the move. I think it was Northwest for a couple of seasons. Working the field beautifully now. Delano Potgieter picks up yet another 2 runs to complete the 87th over. It's 312 for 7 after 87. And then came back to the Lions. Started off his career here. And since making the move back, he's looked really good. He had an excellent SA20 season for MI Cape Town, contributing with some really important runs at the back end of innings in T20 cricket. A lot of people always assume that he's a good white ball cricketer, but this format has been the one that's given him the foundations to be able to be successful in white ball cricket. He's a great finisher of an innings. More importantly, he gives you the benefit of also being able to bat time here, but also being aggressive. He can move through the gears nicely in red ball cricket. Absolutely wonderful cricketer to have for the DP World Lions lower down the order.
Yeah, just a quality cricketer all round, full stop. And got a fifer for my Cape Town with the white ball, with his bowling. Always just seems to chip in with a couple of wickets here and there. He took a couple of very useful wickets in the Titans' first innings, broke the opening partnership of 123, and then got the other big scalp of Donovan Ferreira.
Outside edge in that gap between gully and second slip. And Cody Yusuf gets some fortunate runs, but it's handy runs for the DP World Lions because it chalks off yet another piece of that deficit.
Just hanging his bat out at a wide one, Cody Yusuf. Lucky. Partnership up to 45 now. Bit of shape away from Diane Khalim there, bit of swing. You mentioned the SA20, Peter, and what I like about the SA20 is it kind of gives you the true value of players. And, we've spoken about how Delano Potgieter is probably a bit underrated by the South African public. Not by the people who pay the big bucks in the SA20, though. Signed by my Cape Town. And they don't mess around. They've got a star-studded squad. And then for this year's edition of the SA20 coming up in December, he's been bought by Paarl Royals for 2.6 million rand. And that seems like a sort of fair value, a fair reflection of the value that Delano Potgieter offers any team he plays in.
Yeah, he's also played in the MI franchise family for MI New York. And I think it was the third season of Major League Cricket, MLC. So just opened up a couple of opportunities for him. And when you impress in those leagues, the sky literally is the limit.
Good to see Coda Yusuf not flashing at that one. He's had a few goes outside off stump that could have landed him in trouble. If I were Delano Potgieter, I would say to Coda Yusuf, listen, the deficit's just 52. Just hold on for 20 more runs. Just be a little bit patient. Once you get that deficit down to 30, then go wild. Chase after anything you want to. But just important for Coda Yusuf to be patient and stay there for another 20-odd runs.
Solid in behind that from the final delivery of the Dayan Khalim over. 316 for 7 after 88. Need to find another wicket. The momentum multiply Titans. Got that first one pretty early on at the start of play today. Third delivery of that first over from Jankus Smith. And since they've taken the new ball, this pair is batted beautifully, led by Delano Potgieter. It's prompted the change from Donovan Ferreira, has given the senior statement and Junior Dala the responsibility of breaking this partnership. Bowled beautifully yesterday, 3 for 51 in his 13 overs. He'll be looking for the same sort of impact early on day 3. Still 3 more wickets to get for the momentum multiply Titans and give themselves a nice buffer going into that second innings with the bat. Junior Dala. Nicely played. Soft hands. Drop and run for the single. It's good batting, this. What has this pair done, Ken, is that they've scored quickly, but it's also given Donovan Ferreira something to think about. We've mixed up the boundaries with the singles, especially inside the circle.
Second new ball hasn't had the impact Donovan Ferreira and the Titans would have hoped for. Not that the Titans have bowled poorly. Just it looks a good deck to bat on. It hasn't done a huge amount. A little bit of movement. But one has to credit Potgieter and Yusuf for good batting.
Well, he initially looked to duck that, Cody Yusuf, and then realized it was a little bit wide. So he stuck a bat out and found the gap between the slip cordon, and there's no third man. And gets a boundary.
And the 50 partnership brought up in style. Cheeky shot by Cody Yusuf. And it's a run a minute. Just 50 minutes for that 50 partnership. 61 balls. And 7 fours in there. So they're going at practically 5 and over as well in this partnership.
Tried it again. This time a little bit closer from Junior Dala. Couldn't get contact on it. And Cody Yusuf. Yeah, the pace in which these guys have gotten the runs is also concerning. 47 now, below 50, that deficit. Oh, trouble if he hits in Ukwane. Not the right man to be able to taking a chance too. All's well that ends okay though for the DP World Lions. Yusuf survives.
Donovan Ferreira just making some alterations to the field. Square leg coming in a bit and a bit closer towards mid-wicket. He put himself in the slips and Van Skalkwyk at cover.
Flashed away. Man, a deep point comes around to sweep it up. An extra 2 runs added to the tally for the DP World Lions. Ends the first Junior Dala over, 321 for 7.
Diane Khalim will continue. But, I fancy it won't be too long before we see Lizard Williams in action as well. Titans wicket in the first over today, but since then it's been all Delano Potgieter and Cody Yusuf adding 52 for the 8th wicket. They've got that deficit down at 45, and Titans will not want to complete the first hour of play with just 1 wicket in the bag. Khalim coming around the wicket to the left-handed Potgieter.
Yeah, he might have to turn to Lizard Williams pretty soon here. Donovan Ferreira. Been good, Diane Khalim, but not penetrative enough to be able to pick up a wicket here. Yes, he's found the edge on the odd occasion. Sense that they just need one extra sort of bit of pace here. Just to trouble Cody Yusuf, who's the lesser batter than Delano Potgieter. Also might be a little bit wary that runs might leak a little bit quicker with that extra bit of pace. We've seen it with Junior Dala. A couple of singles and that boundary, that over just extends the over in terms of runs and lessens the deficit. Partially stopped by Jorik van Skalkwyk. Janko Smith cleans up just the 2 runs for Delano Potgieter.
Good work by Jorik van Skalkwyk just to get a hand on that. Saved a couple of runs because it was heading to the extra cover boundary, no doubt. Junior Dahl is the sort of bowler who doesn't worry too much about his economy rate. He's kind of ultra attacking, and his game plan is to just bang it in halfway and rely on the vagaries of the bounce, and he's always going to concede a few boundaries that way. Lazard Williams has been expensive as well, 12 overs for 56. So just under 5 runs to the over.
Need to get these last 3 wickets very quickly, the Titans. Still good batting conditions out in the middle here at SuperSport Park. I'll wrap this up before lunch, get batting. Add extra 20, 30 to whatever lead they get. Nicely controlled. Good single, good running, good cricket from the DP World Lions.
Just to back up the what I was saying about Junior Dahler, in Division 1 franchise cricket in his career, he's got over 100 wickets. He's in his 51st game, so it's a good sample size. He goes at 4.08 runs per over, which is pretty high for a frontline bowler. Lazard Williams, on average, 3.58.
Point coming back up into the circle. Tsepondwandwa. Slips have gone a little bit wider now. And he goes leg side. There's Dayan Khalim to end the over. 3-2-6 for 7. Yeah, wickets. That's what he gives you, Junior Dahler. He's a strike bowler. He's an impact bowler.
Yeah, I think he's also the sort of bowler, and you can't really measure this, but who gets wickets for bowlers at the other end. He brings the pace and the fire, and he's been the enforcer in the Titans' attack for a while. And he might not get the wickets himself, but he builds up that pressure, and batters try and release that pressure at the other end.
Ooh, that didn't get up much. That's what you were talking about, the vagaries of the bounce.
Exactly. It's hard work though. Junior Dahler, had a word with him before the start of play. Didn't sound too enthused about having to run in and bowl and hit the deck hard for a dozen overs on a very hot day. But he'll do it because he's a great servant of Titans cricket.
Yeah, stalwart of Titans cricket now, Junior Dahler. Over 100 games, as you rightfully said. I often look to him to lead the charge, especially with some younger cricketers in this franchise. Janko Smith trying to make his way, his foray through first-class cricket. It's gold to have somebody like Junior Dahler in the same bowling attack as you, to be able to impart all that knowledge that he's gained over a very long career now, Junior Dala. It's holding up an end though, Cody Yusuf. Just 8 deliveries shy of 50 faced. And he's contributed a valuable 25 runs. 25 runs that will frustrate the momentum multiply Titans. They would have hoped after getting that first wicket of Bjorn Fortuin 3 balls into the day that it would have been a procession. That's a nice short ball. Slammed away. Oh, that is an excellent shot from Cody Yusuf. Given the width by Junior Dala. And it just sits up. And Cody Yusuf makes no mistake in hitting it straight to the boundary for 4.
I think he can start having his fun now, Cody Yusuf. The deficit just 37 with that shot, and that was a lovely one. Don't think Junior Dala enjoyed it quite so much, though.
This time it's on the onside. A lovely pull shot in front of square. And consecutive boundaries of the Junior Dala over. Ends it really well. 335 for 7. And the players will take a drinks break.
Welcome back to SuperSport Park. We've had an enthralling first hour and a bit of the morning. Bjorn Fortuin was bowled by Janku Smith, the third ball of the day, which left the DP World Lions on 271 for 7, which was still a deficit of 97 runs. But since then, Delano Potgieter on 71 not out and Cody Youssef on 33 not out have added 64 vital runs for this 8th wicket, and they've got that deficit down to 33. It is going to be Lazard Williams to replace Diane Khalim from the West Lane end. I'm Ken Borland, and alongside me, Pilisanda Sikaba.
Yeah, an ultra-competitive first hour of this morning's play. This pairs batted beautifully. Williams will be tasked with breaking this partnership. What they've done really well in rotating strike, Ken, and I think that's so important. Potgieter has shown a lot of trust and faith in Cody Youssef, who's done a similar job before many times. In fact, for the DP World Lions coming in lower down the order, not only can hang around, but he can also score 33 from 45. That's a really good strike rate. It was an important job for them to do, to be able to wipe out those 97 runs. Still 32 to still wipe out, but we'll be looking really confident in wiping out this deficit and then creating a lead for the momentum multiply Titans to wipe out.
Slashed away by Cody Youssef and another boundary. He's starting to blossom now. Cody Youssef, what a valuable hand he's playing. Takes him to 37 and the deficit now less than 30, 28. And it's been difficult for the Titans to create much pressure with the second new ball. It hasn't done that much, but if I had to have a criticism of them, maybe they've made it too easy for the ones, as you said, Pila, and almost inevitably you get a lot of runs, the boundaries follow. And especially when Cody Youssef first came to the crease, perhaps a bit of a stronger ring of fielders saving one might have created a bit of pressure. But as you say, Potgieter's been content to take the ones, give Cody Youssef the strike, and Cody Youssef has done a great job with it.
I can't remember a maiden been bowled in that first hour. It tells you how much or how little of pressure that the Titans have been able to do and create on the DP World Lions batters. We'll string together a few maiden overs here, make it feel a little bit difficult for Potgieter and for Youssef to score their runs. At the moment, like you said, those singles have been a little bit too easy to accumulate. The rotation of strike has been easy for the DP World Lions. And then you add those boundary balls in an over. We've chalked off 99 runs at the start of play today, relatively easy.
And your instincts are 100% correct, Peter. Not a single maiden over this morning. We did have one across just one run, but otherwise it's been a pretty steady flow of runs for the DP World Lions. So Titans just trying to find a way to peg these two back.
It's one way of creating pressure, isn't it? It's stringing together a couple of quiet overs.
Good length from Lazard Williams, and you see Cody Youssef a bit tentative against that good length, poking outside off stump. End of the 92nd over, 340 for 7.
Just also, the fielders inside the ring have also just hung back on the ring a little bit too far back for my liking. Get a little bit closer. Make it difficult to just drop and run. They've been able to do that, this pair, especially Delano Potgieter, whenever he's felt like I needed to get onto the other end. He's just dropped and run. That's because those cover fielders, extra cover has been a little bit too deep. Really like to see them come a little bit closer. Stop that one. Stop Potgieter from getting off strike. Stop Yusuf from getting off strike, crucially.
Well, the run rate for the partnership doesn't lie. They've been together for 13 overs and 4 deliveries, scored 69 runs. So that's just over 5 to the over. Not what you want to be conceding.
Got to find a way to create pressure. Field is spread for Delano Potgieter. With wicket, that's in the circle. Donovan Ferreira is hovering there, and then square leg halfway to the boundary. Fine leg also on the boundary.
Nicely cut by Potgieter. Deep backward point. I suppose now the Titans do need to do a bit of damage control. And so the deep backward point or a deep point does make sense.
Yeah, but at the start of play, it didn't really, wasn't a fielding position that sort of made sense, especially if you wanted to get those last 3 wickets out relatively quickly. You needed to make sure that you created as much pressure on the new batter as possible.
Oh, toe end. Might still go for 4. Down the ground by Cody Yusuf. Bottom of the bat, maybe not toe end, but close to it.
Yeah, he'll tell you. Played a lot of tennis growing up. Roger Federer, forehand down the line.
Just on the field placings, I always think field placings also send a message. It's like body language. It's one of those things that and you want the opposition to know that you're giving them nothing, that you're on top of them, that you, especially the game situation, the Titans were on top of the Lions. And just by having a deep point right at the start of the day's play, I don't know, it just maybe sends the message that we're not going to be 100% ruthless here. There's a way out for you guys.
And already this over's gone for 6. Not too much fuss, little pressure, the drop and run.
Another one. $93 gone, 346 for 7, and that deficit is now just 21 runs, which is pretty much meaningless, really, in the greater picture.
Now Potgieter and Yusuf will be thinking, let's get these 21 runs out of the way relatively quickly. Then we can start building a lead. And then transfer the pressure back onto the momentum multiplied Titans for when they do come out to bat. They've got 50, 60 runs to wipe out first before they start building for something that we can chase maybe later on in the day or tomorrow. So very precarious position this for the home side. They really wouldn't have turned up to SuperSport Park today hoping that they would have been facing a Lions lead that they needed to wipe out before batting and setting a target.
And now there's just one slip. And this is the 14th over with the second new ball. And another easy one, maybe even two. No, they'll settle for one.
Yeah, there's no rush also for the DP World Lions here. So many gaps they can drop and run and wipe out that deficit. It's been good though, this partnership. It's been impressive. We knew that Cody Yusuf can bat, but the way that he's come out today, 42 from 52, the pace in which he's gotten the runs at is what's so impressive. He's been patient. He's kept the good balls out. And importantly, he's punished the bad ones that have been dished up. Interesting field now, short lid, under the lid, leg slip as well.
For that sort of delivery, Yusuf gets nothing on it. Cody Yusuf has actually been the senior partner in this partnership of 77, 42 of those runs. Delano Potgieter just happy to meander along, 75 not out. But he's batted enough times with Cody Yusuf to know that he's very capable and very handy. Good by Cody Yusuf getting everything out the way there.
Yeah, very telegraphed, the line and the length that he's going to receive, Cody Yusuf, by the field set. No mid on, no mid off. So everything is going to be in Lazard Williams' half of the pitch. Nothing in his batting half. Cody Yusuf.
He had to go at that one. And then practices the leave. I wonder what this conversation's about.
Yeah, change of angle now for Lazard Williams. Is going to go round the wicket, more pressure, body line.
No change in the field. And then outside off stump. Surely he didn't mean to bowl that there.
They'll keep the man under the lid also for the left-handed Delano Potgieter. Got a man sort of hovering at sort of a squarish 45 and a fine leg on the boundary.
End of the 94th over, so just 6 more overs for bonus points. And that battle is very evenly contested as well. The Lions just snuck in the full 4 bowling bonus points, getting their 9th wicket in the 99th over. At that stage, Titans were on 367, so they got to 368 in 100 overs. And the Lions are well on their way to matching that. The Titans still need 2 wickets for their 4th bowling point. So at the moment, the Lions are just edging ahead in the bonus point battle. Junior Dala with a short square leg in place, deep short leg. And a leg slip.
Yeah, got third man also. That's for sort of the guided ramp over the slips and over gully. Just to prevent that boundary option for Cody Yusuf. Deep point again. It's good. It's good. Good short ball. This body line tactic, it's also taxing on the bowlers. We're hoping that they get this wicket sooner rather than later. I want Cody Yusuf and Delano Potgieter to survive this body line tactic for 5-10 overs. That means you have to turn to something else, another plan, a different plan.
Junior Dala, of course, supremely conditioned. And it is hard work doing this sort of bowling. Another bowler from this area, Neil Wagner, famously did this sort of work for New Zealand. Tirelessly running in and hitting the deck hard and getting the ball up at the batsman's chest, throat, head. And a deep square leg and a fine leg on the boundary as well. And the deep point will field that one. 350 up for the DP World Lions.
Been good, Potgieter, without actually moving through the gears here. He hasn't had to. He hasn't felt the need to accelerate and be ultra aggressive. The runs and the singles have been aplenty. They've been on offer. Because of the spread field, he hasn't really had to be aggressive to the momentum multiply Titans bowlers. Also helps that he has somebody scoring on the other end as well. So he hasn't felt the pressure of actually going hard.
End of the over, 95 gone, 350 for 7.
It's been mature, this innings from Delano Potgieter, 75 from 140.
Junior Dala will be happy that the plan starting to work in that over. Just 1 run off that over. So that's a bit of a stifling of the run rate, which has been 5-6 for a while. Oh, just dropped short of the leg slip. That was a good testing delivery from Lazard Williams and Cody Youssef in a bit of strife. Was he indicating there that it just came off his shoulder rib area? Perhaps because it dropped short of leg slip. If it had hit the bat, well, probably would have carried. There's a third man in place for that shot.
I also think he's trying to get that finer. Over first slip, over the keeper perhaps. Yeah, this body line tactic has reduced the rate of scoring. But it's wickets is what they want here. The momentum multiplied Titans get rid of Cody Youssef. Hopefully by stifling the run rate, I can pick up a wicket or two. And right back into the game. Deficit of only 18 runs now.
Yeah, we alluded to it earlier that, the onus is on the Titans to make a play, to try and force a result here, because they're the team that's lost their opening two games. They're already 40 points behind the leaders on the log. They really do need to win this opening home game of the season for them. Again, a tennis-like shot, but he's picked out the deep backward point. Couldn't get on top of the bounce sufficiently there, Cody Youssef. But the end of a really excellent effort by the lower order player. 44 for Cody Youssef. He was there for just 64 balls and hit 8 fours. Tepo and Rwanda with the catch at deep backward point.
Yeah, the plan works, and it works to perfection. They probably wanted to get him out on the leg side, but he will take the wicket either way. Slapped straight to the man at deep point. Couldn't get on top of the bounce, Cody Youssef. And yes, as you rightly mentioned, a great innings of 44 of 63 comes to an end. It's the 8th wicket down. 350 for 8, and he'll walk up those long stairs to a rapturous applause because they know that he's done an incredible job for his side here as Cody Youssef.
And coincidentally, the man who got him out, Lazard Williams, we'll see the replay here again, just cutting it uppishly, but not good enough contact to clear the fielder on the boundary, and couldn't get over the bounce either. Lazard Williams, he also scored 44 for the Titans, a very handy innings as well for them, coming in at number 10. Cody Youssef was number 9. But he's done a great job. Luto Sapamla comes to the crease, averaging just 7.2 in first-class cricket. But he does have a defensive technique that can see him stay there for a bit. And, well, I've got no doubt that Delano Potgieter is now going to try and plunder some quick runs.
Yeah, now might be the time that Delano Potgieter goes through the gears.
Well, there you see, I said he can hang around for a while. In the opening game of the season, came in at number 4 as a night watchman at Newlands against Western Province, and made it through the stumps and made it through to the second new ball the next day. 68 deliveries he lasted for 12 runs. Same plan for Luto Sapamna. The leg slips there. The short leg, fine leg, deep square leg on the boundary. Here's a mid wicket as well.
Yeah, you have to go bang bang here. Get this 9th wicket.
And Sapamna will just want to survive this last ball of the over and get Potgieter on strike for the next over. And Williams making it easy for Sapamna really with that delivery. End of the over, 350 for 8.
A successful one for Lazard Williams, the wicket. First maiden of this day 3. It's also produced a wicket, an important one. Cody Yusuf hung around. It was a nuisance, but also got runs, importantly for the DP World Lions. 350 for 8. Still 18 behind the DP World Lions.
That was just a replay of the wicket that Lazard Williams got in that wicket maiden. Important wicket of Cody Yusuf for 44. Right, Junior Dala versus Delano Potgieter. And apart from a slip, the field is spread. Potgieter happy to take the one, first ball of the over. He's a man of great faith, Delano Potgieter, in his lower order colleagues.
And I guess at this stage, it's about wiping out that deficit. So any runs on offer, I think that the World Lions will take them. But yeah, this is a lot of faith shown in Luto Sapamla to face 5 deliveries from Junior Dala.
Very few of which, if any, are going to be in his half of the pitch. Oh, that was steep and nasty and very well played by Luto Sapamla. Right in behind it. Good technique, and he gets a single.
I'm always so interested in the pact that fast bowlers signed all those years ago. Got ripped up somewhere along the way. You don't bowl short to me, I won't bowl short to you. That's flown out of the window. He will certainly return the favor, Luto Sapamla, when he has ball in hand.
It's been pretty quiet out there on the field this morning, but just Donovan Ferreira rallying his troops a bit to try and wrap up this innings. Yeah, that one came through a little bit lower than Potgieter expected. Oh, he's got an edge to the right of the wicketkeeper. And it's gone for 4 despite the best efforts of Keegan Peterson.
That's a funny old shot. He tried to ride the bounce there, Delano Potgieter, but all he managed was a sort of a glanced edge. I won't say it's a top edge. It was glanced. Right at the top of the bat. It's gone to the right of the wicket keeper. Keegan Peterson didn't pick it up, but fine leg, and it's run away to the boundary very quickly.
An educated edge, I guess you'd say. Potgieter goes to 80. Junior Dala ends another over of toil. 18 overs, 3 for 81 he's got. It's 356 for 8. And the Lions are just 12 runs behind the Titans now.
Yeah, getting closer and closer to the 368 on first innings for the momentum multiply Titans. Batted nicely. They've also just ridden the wave here. The DP World Lions, they've gone through some tough phases in this batting innings where they lost a couple of wickets in consecutive deliveries. They've gotten through the pressure moments.
Junior Dala has put in a great physical effort, starting to look a little bit weary. Pilo, do you think it's too much of a risk to bring on the spinner with Delano Potgieter, the left-arm spinner against the left-hander?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a bit of a gamble for Donovan Ferreira to bowl the spinner. I think he'll rely predominantly on the fast bowlers to do the job for him to be able to get the last 2 wickets. That's hit Sipamla very hard on that bowling hand. He's ringing it a little bit.
He did well to get that ball to ground. It was a steep bounce. But the Lions won't want him to put his bowling at risk.
So I think it might be a bit of a gamble, especially when and if Delano Potgieter is still at the crease. He knows how quickly he can score, and especially against spinners, left-arm spinner. So maybe the better option would be himself, Donovan Ferreira, as the man that turns the ball away from the left-hander.
Yeah, I'd have no qualms about using Ndwandwe if Sipamla and Plaiki were at the crease. Spin usually quite effective against the tail. But just Delano Potgieter's presence does make it a bit risky. Sipamla wants to watch, leaving that bat up like a periscope.
Even though there's rough outside that off stump to the left-hander, it still might be a little bit of a gamble for the left-arm spinner to be an operation for the momentum multiply Titans.
Silly point comes in now as well as Williams switches to over the wicket, and Sipamla's been struck painfully in the midriff. He's really not comfortable. He says he'll be okay. Just giving the physio a thumbs up, but physio's going to come on anyway. It's an opportunity for the batsmen to have some water, I guess. Gather their thoughts. Still Just under half an hour to go until the lunch break. Yeah, Sapamla in the walls. Struck on the breast. Struck on the hand.
Yeah, it's tough though. Sapamla. Yeah, that's hit him straight. It's hit him flush on the left breast. Yeah, right on that left breast.
Aina.
Yeah, they'll hope though that delivery is the one that pushes him back, Sapamla, and then I want to sneak in a Yorker here. Lazard Williams.
Last ball of the 98th over coming up. As Sapamla's ready to, well, just about ready to resume. Silly point, short leg, leg slip. Just the one conventional slip in place. Not quite the end of the over for Luto Sapamla.
Yeah, well played, well kept out. Eyes on the ball. We practice a lot of these, the lower order. Surviving this short ball onslaught. Again, well played. It's really good. Survives Luto Sapamla. 357 for 8.
Just a reminder of some other cricket that's underway here in South Africa. The Hollywood Bets Pro Series. That's the women's cricket competition comprising a Pro 50 match on the Saturday and then the T20 on the Sunday. Got underway on the 4th of October, runs all the way through to the 15th of March. And this weekend the action is in Potgieter, where the newly promoted Northwest Dragons will be playing. And we'll be bringing you live coverage on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. Potgieter coming back for a comfortable 2.
Started nicely though. Hollywood Bets Pro Series. Some really competitive games in the early rounds. Have the look of the Hollywood Bets Dolphins squad. They've put in some additional firepower to that. Won their first Pro 50 match on the road against the DP World Lions at the Wanderers Stadium a couple of weeks ago. It's also the competitive nature and the skill set of women's cricket has just gone up a notch with more coaching. It's nice to see. I mean, the women's game in South Africa is growing exponentially. Of course, the Protea side in action at the ICC Women's Cricket World Cup in India and Sri Lanka. 3 wins on the trot after that sort of an anomaly of a result against England in that first game, where they were bundled out very cheaply. Still not a true reflection of the talent of that side, being bowled out for less than 100 runs. They've come back roaring, redeemed themselves in special ways. Beating India in India is never an easy feat, but they were really good. Nadine de Klerk finishing off consecutive innings run chases now. That's lovely. That's beautifully picked up by Lutho Sipamla. And it's gone all the way for 6. He's fighting fire with fire here.
Well, I think it's fair to say Junior Dala might be a bit spent from this lengthy spell of banging it in short. Lutho Sipamla has walloped that onto it so quickly. Yeah, our wonderful Proteas women play tomorrow against Sri Lanka. And a single for Lutho Sipamla, very well played. Let's just hope the rain goes away from Colombo. Playing during the monsoon doesn't seem the wisest idea.
No, it isn't. We've had 2 washouts now in Colombo?
3, I think.
3 washouts.
3,
yeah.
and it saved England last night. Pakistan, most unfortunate, were well on their way to winning and ended up having to share the points. Helps South Africa, of course.
Yeah, you would hope that South Africa can pack up maximum points. I think they're 3rd now on that points table.
Yeah, it's nice to be at a World Cup where if it rains, it doesn't really negatively affect South Africa because the opposition is Sri Lanka and they're behind us in the standings. So, yeah, obviously, ideally, we'd like to win that game and then need to beat Pakistan, and then they'll be pretty much assured of a place in the semi-finals. South Africa, their net run rate's a bit of a concern after that walloping by England, being bowled out for 68. But if they keep winning, beat Sri Lanka and Pakistan, then it shouldn't matter. That's again very well handled by Lutho Sipamla. It shouldn't matter if South Africa lose to Australia then in their final game. So we wish our Proteas ladies all the best for tomorrow, as the penultimate over for bonus points comes to an end here at SuperSport Park. Lions 369 for 8. So they've edged ahead now by 1 run on first innings. So that's going to be a couple of fractions more batting points for them. And unless the Titans get a wicket in this over, they're also going to have 1 extra bowling point. Lazard Williams tasked with bowling the final over of bonus point play.
Yeah, short ball tactic continues for the momentum multiply Titans and for Lazard Williams. It was interesting. There was a no ball in that previous over. I think it might have been for Janko Smith, who was off the park once the bowler started his run out. And obviously you have to have all your fielders inside the field of play. Spelele Gas at square leg was the one that spotted that and deemed it to be a no ball, much to the disgust of Junior Dala that he had to bowl another ball.
Well, was it then for having too many people behind square on the leg side? Was Potgieter on strike and the dugout is down? It would be behind square then to...
Might have been that case also, yeah.
So he wandered on from off the field and was behind square. Too many. He only allowed 2 behind square on the leg side. Umpire Garso wants to have a chat with Donovan Ferreira. I wonder if it's to do with talking while the bowler's running up, or because Lazard Williams abandoned his run up there. Brad White also getting involved. Ravana Moonsamy just calming Lazard Williams down. It's been a frustrating morning for the Titans, no doubt. Getting a wicket with the 3rd delivery and nothing since, even with the 2nd new ball.
Yeah, big argument here. And I think Spelele Gasa had alerted Donovan Ferreira for warning for Lazard Williams for running in the danger zone. And Donovan Ferreira is really objecting to something here. Very animated, that discussion between the 2 umpires and the Momentum Multiplied Titans captain.
Lions, of course, have to bat last in this game, so the umpires do have to police the follow-throughs quite carefully.
Yeah, sorted out though. 4-day series. That season starts. It started on the 25th of September all the way to the 10th of February. It's a lovely delivery that just pitched and nipped away from the left-hander. Long season still ahead for these players.
Ooh, Potgieter got out the way very late of that one. Nearly made a pig's ear of avoiding that delivery. It was close to his head in the end.
He did well. He did so well. Didn't bounce as high as you would have thought, Delano Potgieter, so he needed to sway out of the way a little bit quicker. Been good here. Deserves 100, Delano Potgieter. He'll remind himself if he can get back-to-back hundreds here. It puts him in a in a different level at the start of the season. Solid though. Fiery over from Lazard Williams. 369 for 8.
Looks like a bit of a dust devil in the area behind the scoreboard. It's that sort of day. It's Centurion hot. Quite blustery. There's a bit more wind today than there has been on the previous 2 days. But yeah, the Titans just almost as if they've had enough of this morning session now. They can't wait for the lunch break and just to cool down a bit. And, well, they will hope, obviously, to have ended this innings by lunch. But lunch is just 10 minutes away now. 369 for 8. The DP World Lions finish the 100 overs. So they've got a run or two more than the Titans. So that's 0.04 more of a batting bonus points. And they've also got one more bowling point than the Titans. Still no spin. Diane Khalim returns to the attack. Oh, very uppishly over the point region. Lito Sapamla horribly mistimed that one. And there again, that's when back of the length, the bounce is not always true. It comes through at different paces, different heights.
Yeah, a lot slower than Junior Dala. So he needs to play a little bit later. Just sticking that bat out in front of his body a little bit there, Luta Supamla. That just ballooned the ball in the air. No harm done though.
Driven off the outside half of the bat to the backward point by Potgieter.
Crucial minutes this for Luta Supamla and for Delano Potgieter to try and survive. Get to the lunch break. A couple of runs ahead. And then you can look to build a bigger lead in that second session. And that's where I think Delano Potgieter will tell himself, look, I can go through the gears very quickly here. Tired, weary Titans bowlers. Force the change from Donovan Ferreira to go to spin Tsepo Ndwandwe. That's where he'll feel that he's got a better chance of scoring quickly and getting quick boundaries. That's good from Supamla.
Yeah, there's an added problem for Ndwandwe in that he's done most of his bowling from the West Lane end. Khalim's bowling from Hinops River end at the moment. And that's where the greater rough is, bowling from the West Lane end. But turning the ball into the left-hander, it's also the shorter boundary on the leg side. And it's also the wind is blowing that way as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what Tsepo Ndwandwe does if he's required to bowl. That wasn't that short from Diane Khalim. Supamla hanging back a bit, and then it zipped through a little bit lower than expected.
Yeah, you got to hit the stumps. Good from Sipamla. He's sticking around for his side. 3-7-1 for 8.
"17 deliveries already Luto Sipamla has faced. Added 21 now for this 9th wicket, with Delano Potgieter putting the Lions ahead on first innings by 3 runs. But when they were 189 for 6, that looked very unlikely. But Delano Potgieter once again rising to the occasion. 85 not out. And together with first Bjorn Fortuin, put on 82 for the 7th wicket. And then this morning with Cody Youssef, another 79 added for the 8th wicket. So that's 161 runs added for the last 2 wickets. Great rearguard action by the DP World Lions. Here's Janko Smit. I think the Titans will probably make sure this is the last over before lunch. Been a tough old session for them. Oh, it's kept a little low and struck Potgieter on the pad, but I think he's outside the line. It was an appeal more of optimism than certainty. Yeah, just outside the line. Delano Potgieter. Janko Smith started this session so well for the Titans with a wicket with his 3rd ball. But we're now into the 24th over of the morning. Whipped away by Potgieter. Work for the deep square leg. Does it well. There's Jorik van Skalkvak. Just a single to Potgieter. So this is the 24th over of the session. And Lions have added 103 runs already. And just lost a couple of wickets. Definitely a session the visitors have won. Unless, of course, Janko Smit gets 2 wickets through these next 3 deliveries. Even then, probably the Lions have won the session, haven't taken the lead. Lead by 4 now. Delano Potgieter just stretching a bit there. He did battle with a little bit of cramp late yesterday. Obviously plays an important role with the ball as well for the DP World Lions. Bowled 14 overs in the first innings. Couple of important wickets. Oh, I think we're probably going to get another over in last ball of this one. So Pamela confidently forward, but then plays and misses. 372 for 8. And we will get another over in before lunch. And it's going to be the off spin of Donovan Ferreira. Delano Potgieter, the left-hander on strike, so that makes sense. Keegan Peterson is at slip. Looks like Janko Smith's wandering to a short third man position. Long on comes into mid-on position. Long off as well. Perhaps trying to tempt Delano Potgieter into a lofted shot down the ground in the last over before lunch. But short, and he's able to cut that away for 1 run. Batsman now just making very sure this will be the last over before lunch. Ferreira opting for a leg slip instead of a short leg. And that will be that for the morning session on the third day of this Cricket South Africa 4-day domestic series match between the Momentum Multiply Titans and the DP World Lions at SuperSport Park. The DP World Lions replying to the Titans' first innings of 368 all out after the home side won the toss and elected to bat first. The Lions were in trouble overnight on 269 for 6, still 99 runs behind, but they've enjoyed an excellent morning session, having made it to 373 for 8, which means they are now 5 runs to the good. Delano Potgieter, the hero, with his 87 not out. He was well supported by Bjorn Fortuin, who made 39, and Cody Yusuf, who made 44. And Janko Smith, the first wicket taker this morning, that's his second of the innings, and then Lazard Williams got rid of the troublesome Cody Yusuf, who really frustrated the Titans this morning. So 373 for 8 at lunch. Do just hold on for a couple of minutes, because Pilasande Sikaba will be conducting a couple of interviews in a few moments.
Rivaldo, tough session in that morning session. How are the conditions looking out there? Still looking very good for batting?
Yeah. The wicket's obviously nice, but there is something in there for the bowlers. We were unlucky there in the beginning, in the morning, to get a couple of wickets early, but we did break that partnership. We're 2 wickets away now, so hopefully we can get that straight after lunch.
What do you need to do to get those outs and get back on batting?
Our bowlers have been bowling well, just to keep it simple. We are bowling to their tail enders now, so quick bang for us, and then we can set a good total for them.
Play well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
first time.
And I know that it's true, me and you, I could love you for life.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you. Mitchum, true to you.
You got my head above the clouds, my feet above the ground, and I'm not coming down, 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 down. Got my speakers pumping loud, I'm feeling every sound, and I won't turn them down, 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 down.
In this night, a starry sky, my baby told me with a sigh. Words that came across as a doubt. I reassured that every day my love is
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
Now he's thinking about me every night. Oh, is it that sweet? I guess so. Say you can't sleep, baby. I know that's that me espresso. Move it up, down, left, right. Oh, switch it up like Nintendo. Say you can't sleep, baby. I know that's that me espresso. I can't relate to
I'm racing. Well, here it's fine if you got the time and the chance to get yourself in. And here it's fine. Lately, I just feel like I can't get you out of my mind. I feel love for the first time.
And I know that it's true, me and you, I could love you for life.
What is purpose? If it only lives in your head, a boardroom, a promise. What is purpose if only an idea? If it does not become what it can be? You see, where purpose finds passion, when it takes action, the world is a better place. When it becomes real, when it delivers peace of mind, purpose becomes a force for change. It changes circumstances. It changes livelihoods. It changes futures. It comforts. Because when you are there for someone when it matters most, when you take a stand for the vulnerable, when you invest in education, when you put food on the table, you're not just talking. AFBOB, here for you in more ways than you can imagine.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you. New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
You got my head above the clouds, my feet above the ground, and I'm not coming down, 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 down. Got my speakers pumping loud, I'm feeling every sound, and I won't turn them down, 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 down.
in this night, a starry sky, my baby told me with a sigh. Words that came across as a doubt. I reassured that every day my love is
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
Now he's thinking about me every night. Oh, is it that sweet? I guess so. Say you can't sleep, baby. I know that's that me espresso. Move it up, down, left, right. Oh, switch it up like Nintendo. Say you can't sleep, baby. I know that's that me espresso. I can't relate to
I'm racing.
What is purpose? If it only lives in your head, a boardroom, a promise. What is purpose if only an idea? If it does not become what it can be? You see, where purpose finds passion, when it takes action, the world is a better place. When it becomes real, when it delivers peace of mind, purpose becomes a force for change. It changes circumstances. It changes livelihoods. It changes futures. It comforts. Because when you are there for someone when it matters most, when you take a stand for the vulnerable, when you invest in education, when you put food on the table, you're not just talking. AFBOB, here for you in more ways than you can imagine.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you. New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
You got my head above the clouds, my feet above the ground, and I'm not coming down, 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 down. Got my speakers pumping loud, I'm feeling every sound, and I won't turn them down, 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 down.
In this night of starry sky, my baby told me with a sigh, words that came across as a doubt. I reassured that every day my love
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
Now he's thinking about me every night. Oh, is it that sweet I get so? Say you can't sleep, baby, I know that's that me espresso. Move it up, down, left, right, oh, switch it up like Nintendo. Say you can't sleep, baby, I know that's that me espresso. I can't relate.
I'm racing. Well, here it's fine if you got the time and the chance to get just tell me. And here it's fine.
Lately, I just feel like I can't get you out of my mind. I feel love for the first time, and I know that it's true. Me and you, I could love you for life.
What is purpose? If it only lives in your head, a boardroom, a promise. What is purpose if only an idea? If it does not become what it can be? You see, where purpose finds passion, when it takes action, the world is a better place. When it becomes real, when it delivers peace of mind, purpose becomes a force for change. It changes circumstances. It changes livelihoods. It changes futures. It comforts. Because when you are there for someone when it matters most, when you take a stand for the vulnerable, when you invest in education, when you put food on the table, you're not just talking. AFBOB, here for you in more ways than you can imagine.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you. New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
You got my head above the clouds, my feet above the ground, and I'm not coming down, 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 down. Got my speakers pumping loud, I'm feeling every sound, and I won't turn them down, 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 down.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
Now he's thinking about me every night. Oh, is it that sweet I get so? Say you can't sleep, baby, I know that's that me espresso. Move it up, down, left, right, oh, switch it up like Nintendo. Say you can't sleep, baby, I know that's that me espresso. I can't relate.
I'm racing. Well, here it's fine if you got the time and the chance to get just tell me. And here it's fine.
Lately, I just feel like I can't get you out of my mind. I feel love for the first time, and I know that it's true. Me and you, I could love you for life.
What is purpose? If it only lives in your head, a boardroom, a promise. What is purpose if only an idea? If it does not become what it can be? You see, where purpose finds passion, when it takes action, the world is a better place. When it becomes real, when it delivers peace of mind, purpose becomes a force for change. It changes circumstances. It changes livelihoods. It changes futures. It comforts. Because when you are there for someone when it matters most, when you take a stand for the vulnerable, when you invest in education, when you put food on the table, you're not just talking. AFBOB, here for you in more ways than you can imagine.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you. New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
You got my head above the clouds, my feet above the ground, and I'm not coming down, 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 down. Got my speakers pumping loud, I'm feeling every sound, and I won't turn them down, 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 down.
In this night of starry sky, my baby told me with a sigh. Words that came across as a doubt. I reassured that every day my love
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
Now he's thinking about me every night. Oh, is it that sweet I get so? Say you can't sleep, baby, I know that's that me espresso. Move it up, down, left, right, oh, switch it up like Nintendo. Say you can't sleep, baby, I know that's that me espresso. I can't relate.
I'm racing.
Welcome back to SuperSport Park. Post-lunch session about to get underway. 373 for 8 is where the DP World Lions sit in their first innings with a slender lead over the Momentum Multiply Titans. That first session belonged to the visiting side. They were able to frustrate the home side. The Momentum Multiply Titans needing 4 wickets before the start of play today. They got 2 of those. The stand between Cody Yusuf and Delano Potgieter was a frustrating one. It kept the momentum multiplied Titans bowlers working very hard. It also flowed runs. A partnership worth well over 50 runs. And importantly, it frustrated them. Just the 2 wickets to fall. Bjorn Fortuin gone third ball. Tsepo will get us underway. And of course, Cody Yusuf. A couple of overs before the lunch break. Having made a valuable 44 runs. The start of the day, just 99 runs adrift were the DP World Lions. They've been able to chalk off that and add some more. So they're 5 runs ahead of the momentum multiplied Titans. And crucially, they still have a set batter out in the middle in Delano Potgieter, who is nearing yet another first-class 100. Ken Boland is alongside me. A session, you'd say, in that morning session belonged to the men from the Wanderers.
Absolutely, Pillar. They added 104 runs in the 25 overs that they batted. Just lost 2 wickets. Began the day 99 runs behind and finished the session in front. So, yeah, very much a Lions session. This was the matchup we were interested in before lunch. The left-arm spin and Ndwanwa bowling to the left-handed Delano Potgieter. There are risks involved. Short leg side boundary being one of them, and the wind blowing towards that short leg side boundary. But the Titans have decided to grasp the nettle. Not much going on for their seamers before lunch.
And on the first over after lunch, Tsepo Ndwando's first 374 for 8 after 104 overs. Dain Khalim took the last few overs of that old ball and then pulled a lengthy spell with that new ball. Bowled beautifully. Dain Khalim 1 for 18, he's 21. Ken Boland just taking a quick break. Man that you'll know very much from these past. Pierre de Brains just snuck into the commentary box. Tough first session for the home side in that morning session, Pierre. And a lot of frustrations. They would have wanted to wrap up this DP World Lions innings very quickly and hopefully take a first innings lead into their batting effort in the second innings, but it hasn't come to fruition. Right now they'll need to wipe out whatever the DP World Lions end up with in their first innings on a surface that is starting to show signs of wear and tear. Couple that have stayed low.
Good afternoon, everyone. Great to be here and be part of this exciting 4-day fixture. Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think, especially after this morning, getting that early wicket as a bowling unit, you probably think, okay, let's just wrap it up. And then you look up again and, you know, two big frustrating partnerships that's making it difficult now. The Lions sitting with a lead, and would like to capitalize on this, especially with Delano Potgieter. He's been the barrier with a relentless approach. 171 deliveries faced that shows that composure, the patience. he would, from a personal point of view, cash in on 100. But from a team perspective, see if he can build another partnership here, a frustrating partnership. Get anything between 50 and 70 lead. It could be valuable at the end.
And of course, they would know, the Lions, how difficult it is batting in the fourth innings. So these runs are very much valuable for them to make it difficult for the momentum multiplied Titans in that third innings to be able to wipe out that deficit and then set a target for them to chase.
I'm interested to see what the approach of the Titans is going to be, purely because of what's happened the first two games, and this is a game where they ultimately need a result.
Good single that. Good start for Diane Khalim after lunch. Just a single off, 375 for 8. You make mention of the fact that they need a result. The momentum multiplied Titans first two games on the road. This first one at home becomes so crucial. Already about 40 points behind the log leaders, so they need a positive result here. The momentum multiplied Titans.
That difficult balance to find, the risk involved in playing positive cricket to enforce some sort of a result, but also not to put you in a position to lose another. They certainly have the batters, Pretorius, Ferreira. They have got the batters to speed up the game, to take the game forward.
There's another big shout here. Pretorius and Peterson are very eager behind the stumps, but nothing from umpires Pelele Gasa. Yeah, they certainly do. There's still a bit of time left in this game. Really, they need to try and remember that. There's still a bit of time left in the game. And so they can sort of dictate the tempo of how quickly this game goes, the momentum multiplied Titans, because of the personnel that they have. Young Joris van Schalkwyk showed in that first innings how much of a talent he is and how quickly he can score with opportunities.
Every over for me going by in this innings is just, time is ticking, time is running out, because you want to leave yourself enough overs to bowl the lines out in the fourth innings. 160 or 170 overs left in the game. Yeah, so it's so crucial now to get, to wrap this innings up.
Testing over from Tsepo Ndwando comes to an end. 376 for 8. What have you made of young Joris van Schalkwyk? Looks a serious talent.
He definitely looks a serious talent, and I'm, I take my hat off to the management to identify the young upcoming players in the system and back them there. especially after the previous game, believing that he's got it within him, learning his trade in Red Bull cricket up front is not easy in South Africa. These type of conditions, these pitches, but he's definitely a serious challenge, talent going forward. Also, from a youngster's point of view, you've taken a spot of, let's say, Neil Brunt, so it's big shoes to fill. Although Neil can bat in the top 3 or 4.
Lovely cricket shot that from Delano Potgieter. Very easy on the eyes, very languid in his stroke play. That 4 gets him into the 90s.
Just got himself into such a good position. Just look at the feet, look at the hands. Like you say, it's easy on the eye, it's sweet, it's effortless. Placement is perfect. More frustration for the Titans and Khalim.
Off the pad. There's a bit of a collision between Potgieter and Khalim here, so he's in a bit of strife here, Delano Potgieter, but grow him tough. Yeah, just on Joris van Schalkwyk. Did the series, SA Under-19s tri-series between themselves. In fact, it was the series against Bangladesh up at Willowmore Park in Benoni. Of course, he scored that magical 170-odd, eclipsed some of the Titans' greats and Jacques Rudolph and a number of players that have played for South Africa at youth level. And then followed it up almost the very next innings with a double 100, the only youth batter to get a double century. One thing that really struck me about Joris van Schalkwyk is that he's so fearless. Even as an 18-year-old, he comes and makes the step up into full senior cricket, and he looks at place. He doesn't look out of place. Very comfortable, either front foot and back foot.
And also, if you think about it, it almost seems like Titans, this environment is the breeding ground of these young, upcoming top order batters, Brevis, Pretorius, and now this kid. He's got a bright future ahead of him. Made his debut in first class cricket last week. Second game in, looked good. He had to be patient up front.
Nice short ball. Gets underneath it comfortably, does Luto Sipamla. Steve Stalker as well, Merrick Brett. A lot of these youngsters now coming through from a Titans pipeline point of view.
Yeah, there's plenty, and it creates a healthy competition environment, fighting for spots. So knowing when you get that opportunity, you've got to grab it. This was a goodie. I like this. The energy. He's in his 23rd over. He's still willing to use that delivery, which takes a lot of effort out of the body. He follows it up with a beauty. That in between length. End of the over 3-8-1 for 8. Sapamla is playing a very good role. His currency is balls faced. He's faced 32 balls already. Delano Potgieter, his job is to keep ticking the scoreboard over.
He's found some good partners in the lower order now. Delano Potgieter first with Bjorn Fortuin, who obviously is a little bit better than a lower order batter. He's got first class hundreds. And then with Cody Youssef, who crucially not only took time out of the game, but also contributed from a run scoring 44, and now Luto Sopamla faced 32 deliveries.
Just going to put my captain's hat on for a moment in thinking, the options that Donovan Ferreira's got now, knowing in the back of his mind that it's time to wrap this up now because we are losing crucial time. Okay, yes, there's not a lot of runs being scored. The lead is only 14. But it's all about time in this game and what options he's got. He has got the left arm spinner, which can keep one end fairly quiet. There is a little bit of turn on offer. But what do you do at the other end? Previous over, it was clear that Halim is trying to get a wicket. He's trying to strike. Possibly got another option in Junior Dala to say, okay, let's go with some short stuff to the tail ender. Let's get the Lana Potgieter off strike. But ultimately, something has got to give now. He's in that predicament almost to make these decisions, whether it's a high risk decision or not.
I think also he has to sort of balance the workload of those bowlers. He still has a fourth innings in which he needs the requirement of energy from all those frontline bowlers. Spent the first session entirely bowling the fast men.
And that's why I understand why he's going with this combination now, because these two bowlers are the most economical bowlers at the moment. Because he doesn't want to all of a sudden league 5 to 8 overs, give them a healthy lead. Managing those loads is a very good point, because Halim has already bowled 23 overs. He's now going into his 24th over, knowing that you're going to bowl in the second innings again, or in the fourth innings.
Yanko Smith bowled 19, Junior Dallas bowled 19, Lazard Williams has bowled 17. So, very delicate situation he's facing, Donovan Ferreira. Also, he knows that he needs to get these wickets. Like you rightly mentioned, Pierre, he needs to get Delano Potgieter or Luto Sopamla out here. Oh, especially Delano Potgieter.
Look at that partnership of 32. Sopamla only contributed 9 runs, but it's a good combination between the two.
Hard work bowling. It's an unforgiving skill. You have to pitch up day in, day out and try and find the energy from somewhere, will the body on, strap the boots up again and go. Looking a little bit weary now, Dayan Khalim. It's bowled really well. It's bowled with a lot of heart. Well fielded. Keegan Peterson's sharp in the gully.
Was in the air for a moment.
Also, sort of a new coaching staff, if you will, with obviously a new head coach in Revash Goben coming in and trying to find settled combinations as the season goes along. No one Dile Petlukwayo for this game. Dwan Jansen is still waiting in the wings for an opportunity.
Yeah, Makanya as well, not in this game. Neil Brunt.
Skalk Engelbrecht as well. He's started first class cricket well. Skalk Engelbrecht has found himself representing the South African A side. So there's plenty to choose from going forward to be able to force some results and overturn what is a slow start for the Momentum Multiple Titans.
Yeah, fairly slow to say the least, especially if you look at the opponents. And I say that in all due respect. You know, you go to the two flattest wickets in the country, your first two games, you would at least, worst case scenario, walk away with a draw. They walked away with 2 losses, which was disappointing, and they are disappointing. They've worked harder than those results. They pride themselves highly in terms of the standards that they set. And I think the area that they've identified, which was just not at the right standard, is batting for long periods of time. You know, a couple of batters got themselves in, but also then, you know, got themselves out at crucial stages of the game.
383 for 8. I was also making the point yesterday about them not having played bad cricket, even though with those results that weren't favorable in those first 2 games. You kind of feel as if they were one dominant session from really winning one of those games. I think you've hit the nail on the head in terms of maybe being a little bit more ruthless with your batting and batting for a long period of time. Looking at some of the starts that we were able to get here. I mean, Senokwane, you got a 63, Yorick van Schalkwyk 72. You would have wanted one of those batters to go and get a big 100. Munsami also got to 50 and then got out. So it's about converting those pretty 50s, 60s, and 70s into big 100s.
Yeah, and if they look back and they say, but we've scored 300s in our first 2 games, you know, in the form of Halim, Donovan Ferreira, and Peterson. You know, that's not really the point. Is that there were other crucial moments. You know, but in the batting unit, they scored 750s. Now, if you look at those 750s, it's given out. It's given out. Eventually, the breakthrough for the Titans. A long-waited one in scene of Sapamla.
Excellent again from Tsepo Ndwandwe. You always be challenging those stumps. He comes at a flatter trajectory, doesn't get a lot of height in his deliveries, and it almost skids on to Luto Sapamla trying to turn it onto the onside, misses it completely. That's the kind of breakthrough that they would have wanted after lunch. It's gone for 9, but crucially, he ate up some deliveries. 3-8-4 for 9.
I think it's a fair decision here. It's probably just pitched on leg stump. Enough turn to perhaps hit that top of off stump. More importantly, it's the breakthrough. The Lions are 9 down. The Lana Potgieter is on 97. How many balls left? And there's over 3. So 3 very important balls for Plaatjie to look after and to give the Lana Potgieter the opportunity to be on strike the next over and try and get a first-class 100.
Milestone that for Tsepo Ndwandwe. 150 first-class wickets now. He's toiled He's been a bit of a journeyman throughout his career. Started at Eastern Province, made his way up north, and now he looks very much settled in his career. Two for 57 inside his 24th over. It's a decent return for the left arm spinner. And Pierre, you'd know a lot about how ruthless Titans cricket is as an identity, as a brand. I think the challenge is to be able to bring that back again into their play now.
Yeah, well played. I agree, and I think the management is a good management team to enforce that, to get the players to believe in that, and also to buy in. You need buy-in at the end of the day. You're presenting such a powerful brand in the Titans with a legacy that stands out. You just walk around these buildings here, the stadium, and you look at the history. The stadium also now next year 40 years old, and who you represent. And slowly but surely that fire is getting back. Oh, that's nearly the outside edge. But it's the end of the over. Relief for Potgieter. And it's been over the last couple of years a lot of young players. So the turnover of players and your old era type of players have now gone and moved on. And it's creating that and developing almost that introducing the culture to a new crop of players, young players, understanding this Titans setup, the way they play their cricket in all formats. And this is the big test for the youngsters in this format, and that's why I love this format in 4-day cricket. This is where you, as a bowler, learn to bowl 4 or 5 spells in a day, lose a couple of toenails, wake up the next morning extremely stiff, and you've got to find that energy and that grit to continue fighting, and that's how you win 4-day trophies.
Field spread now for Delano Potgieter, so he'll deny as many singles as he possibly can just to allow himself time to be able to get onto that crucial milestone of a first-class 100. And of course, the changing landscape of domestic cricket itself also makes it difficult to get any sort of continuity in your unions and in your provincial sides. And so the Titans aren't immune to that. Everybody is exposed to the ever-changing landscape of domestic cricket. Not enough games, especially at this level and this format. And the players been crying out a lot more to be able to play more games in a season. So when you see youngsters like a Joris van Schalkwyk, a Luandre Pretorius, a Dewald Brevels, a Schalk Engelbrecht playing here, youngsters 18, 19, 20, 21, it can only bode well for their development, having been put into the proverbial deep end, and they're learning to swim while they're on the job here.
That's always been a challenge, especially at the Titans, with a lot of South African players in and out. You almost have to, as management, focus more on the rest of the squad, and plan without your Proteas almost. The women's Titans has got the same scenario with about 5-6 Protea players out there, and if they come back, obviously they've got to play. But if you want to develop and create that culture of excellence and that culture of success, you've got to start with the younger players that's going to have to do the job for you when the Brevises, Pretorias, Bosch, Ngidi, all those players when they're not around.
Obviously, can't let you go without asking how the job's going.
Yeah, it's such an exciting phase of my coaching career. It's obviously something different. I've only been in men's cricket. Walking in here and meeting this group of players about 4 or 5 months ago, and where they are now, it's just a extremely hard-working group of players. They just want to get better. They're willing to work hard, and embrace new ideas. I think that's the main thing. A new coach comes in and he brings new ideas. So I'm really looking forward to the season. Traveling to Potch tomorrow for the first game for the Titans against Northwest. And so really enjoying it. For me, cricket, it's still a game of cricket, isn't it? A couple of differences, which is very, very easy to adapt to.
Nice talented group of young players also at the Momentum. In fact, it's the Fidelity Titans. Blakey needs to keep one ball away. Beaten, but he won't mind. It's the end of the Dayan Khalim overs. 385 for 9. And crucially, the DP World Lions lead by 17 runs. Delano Potgieter just too shy of what will be back-to-back hundreds for him. It'll be much deserved because he's been able to put the DP World Lions in a very strong position. He's tired out the Momentum Multiply Titans bowling attack. He's put on runs. It'll be very, very deserved if he does go to that first class 100. He'll face Tsepondwando with the field spread. Ken Borlander back in the com box. Plenty of singles on offer, but he's not going to take them. Oh, it does well there, that fielder. He hit it too well, so he thought about the single, but then he knew that he probably might not have the time to get back for the second. And he wants to face majority of Tsepondwandwa.
Well, you'll feel that was a 4 ball that he let go there. Been content to take the ones up till now.
Beautiful. He hasn't taken on the left arm spinner though, Delano Potgieter. Maybe now, with 2 balls remaining, the field comes up because they want to prevent the single from being taken. Tighter squeeze on that offside as the cover fielders who are hanging around sort of halfway. Push for a second here. Comes back. Potgieter needs to go. He can't make it. The umpire's fingers up. Delano Potgieter falls 1 run short of what would have been a fantastic first class 100. And the DP World Lions have been bowled out for 385. You could see the idea from Delano Potgieter. Wanted to push for the second to get to that 100, but just not quick enough. The throw strong from the deep. And it wraps up an impressive first innings score for the DP World Lions.
Run out for 99, Delano Potgieter, and an excellent throw from Jorik van Skalkwyk in the deep, on the bounce to Landre Pretorius. And Potgieter got the dive out, but just couldn't cross the line before Pretorius broke the stubs. But a wonderful innings by him. He was there for 4 3/4 hours, 196 balls, 10 fours. And he really has rescued the Lions from a very precarious position. They were still 178 runs behind when the 6th wicket fell, and still 99 behind when they started this morning. But thanks to Delano Potgieter's 99 and some great assistance from Bjorn Fortuin and Cody Youssef, and even Luto Sapamla played his part as well. The Lions have got themselves their noses just in front.
Yeah, just in front. A couple of runs ahead. That's the bowling lineup. In fact, it is the batting from the DP World Lions. Some solid starts from Richards and Hendricks up front, and then Reza, Hendricks and Van Buren couldn't contribute much. Richard Seletswane still learning at this level, out for 14 of 71. Then the big wicket, Connor Estes, and you know he has an appetite for scoring big runs. He was out for 17. And then the lower order contributed fantastically. 99 for Delano Potgieter. And then that partnership between himself, Fortuin, and Cody Youssef was what got the DP World Lions past the momentum multiply Titans' first inning score of 368. And time spent out in the middle by Luto Sapamla. Had to wear a couple of body blows for his 9. And crucially stuck around for 63 deliveries to take a little bit of time out of the game. It'll be the change of innings, and it'll be the momentum multiply Titans who will try and chalk off the 17 runs that the DP World Lions find themselves ahead. The bowling, it was difficult. It was long and hard for the likes of Lazard Williams and Jankus Smith. 17 overs and 19 overs respectively. Junior Dala also contributing with 19. But the bulk of the work was done by Dayan Khalim and Tsepo Ndwandwe. 25 overs apiece. 4 wickets. In fact, it's 3 wickets for Junior Dala. 1 for Lazard Williams and 2 for Jankus Smith. Those partnerships, they spanned a long time without them going to 3 figures. An 85-run partnership between Joshua Richards and Dominic Hendricks for the first wicket, and then a couple of 40s between Dominic Hendricks and Richard Seletswane, and then Connor Estes, and then lower down, which was ultimately the most important one because it meant that they were able to get close to that deficit between Fortuin and Potgieter, and then Cody Youssef and Potgieter get them past that deficit. 101 minutes and 85 balls. The partnership between Potgieter and Sapamla really just took the life out of the bowling attack from the momentum multiplied Titans. So all in all, a decent effort from the men from Johannesburg in their first dig. We'll have a quick change of innings and we'll be back for when the Momentum Multiply Titans start their second innings. Don't go away. Interesting times here at SuperSport Park in Centurion. The Momentum Multiply Titans have walked out for their second innings. Surprisingly, it's Junior Dala who's opened the batting along with Joris van Skalkwyk. I'll try and find out more information why the Lesego Senekwane hasn't come out to open the batting, but this is a very, very interesting ploy from the Momentum Multiply Titans. Cody Yusuf with the new ball in hand. 18 runs ahead for DP World Lions. Batted beautifully in their first innings. Solid. Solid enough technique, though, to do a job, Junior Dala. But it is an interesting sort of development for the Momentum Multiply Titans, Ken Borland, and one might wonder what has happened to Lesego Senekwane.
We're hearing unconfirmed suggestions that there was a mishap during the lunch break. Funnily enough, involving a plate. But it's just another disruption for the Titans on a day which really hasn't gone according to plan for them. Started so well with Janko Smith getting a wicket and with the third ball of the day. But the Titans ended up conceding a first innings deficit of 18 runs. They would have expected to be batting now with a lead, with a decent lead. And now their opening batsman can't open the batting. So it's from the Titans' perspective, it's going to take a bit of mental strength to regain focus and just make sure they bat really well this afternoon. It's still very much in this game. You'd have to say the game is very even at the moment.
Yeah, very, very even.
The DP World Lions will spy an opportunity here just to rattle the Titans. Good bouncer from Cody Yusuf. Just to, if they could pick up a couple of early wickets, then the frustration of the morning session, then suddenly they're under pressure with the bat. Things could unravel.
Three slips and a gully for Junior Dala. A much better start for his second dig here. Cody Yusuf, a maiden over to start.
Coming off an invaluable innings of 44 this morning. Helped put on 79 for the 8th wicket with Delano Potgieter, who, in case you missed it, dramatically run out for 99 15 minutes ago, going for back-to-back hundreds and just falling centimetres short. Luto Sapamla, who also batted nicely for more than an hour, helped Potgieter add 34 for the 9th wicket. He's going to open the bowling from the Henops River end.
Yeah, if they can nip a few Titans wicket early on here, DP World Lions put them under pressure. The lead is slender, but it's a lead nonetheless. It's come in nicely. Just off the surface, that from Luto Sapamla, and Joris van Skalkwyk acknowledges that it's a pretty decent ball to get first up.
looked very accomplished in the first innings, did Van Schalkwyk. Just 18 years old and just looked remarkably composed and like he belongs here in his innings of 72 on the first day.
Clipped away. And nicely also from George van Schalkwyk. Gets the first runs of this Titans' second innings. All the way for 4.
And a no ball, signalled by umpire Sipilele Gaza. Titans had problems with no balls. There were at least a dozen of them. 13 that ended up being the tally of no balls, and the Lions have started early as well.
Got the ball to tail in here, Lutusupamla off in the air, both in the air and off the pitch. Just slanting into the pads of George van Schalkwyk. It's equal to it though, the youngster has got himself a boundary in this over and then the single to mid-wicket. 12 behind. Momentum multiplied Titans. Devising a plan here now. Dom Hendrickson trying to get the wicket of Junior Dala, who's an unlikely opener. Be very interesting to see if he's ever opened the batting in first-class cricket. Junior Dala. Short mid-wicket in place. Certainly has the technique though, Ken.
He's done a lot of duty as a night watchman, and he's a good one. He's a good night watchman, Junior Dala. As you could see from that previous delivery, he's got a solid technique. And he's performed some really good jobs for the Titans through the years with the bat. He's won some limited overs games at the death as well.
I also watch for how quickly they score their runs. Momentum multiplied Titans. Time also becomes a big factor in how they go about their innings. How much time do they want to give themselves to be able to get those 10 wickets required for victory in the fourth innings? How long do they bat?
And it does look like taking 10 wickets will be pretty tough, the way the pitch is playing at the moment. They will, of course, have a fourth innings wicket to bowl on tomorrow. There'll be a bit more deterioration, no doubt. But still, it's going to be hard work getting 10 wickets, no question.
Six runs from the Lutusupamla over, 6 without loss.
$60 overs left today. So even if the Titans really get off to a flyer and say scored 4 and over for those 60, that only gives them 240. Mine is 18, 222. It's certainly not enough to declare with. So whatever happens, it seems the Titans will probably have to bat through to lunch tomorrow, the last day. And then that just leaves them 2 sessions to try and get 10 wickets. At the moment, you'd say if a team is going to win this match, the Lions are probably slight favourites.
Yeah, those will be the calculations that they'll be doing, both from a coaching and captain point of view. River Scoband will be trying to crunch the numbers and find out what the best possible scenario is to get maximum points and a positive result from this fixture. Skalvik can certainly go quickly. Let that go to the onside there, Cody Yusuf. So they know that Joris van Skalvik has the batting tempo to go at fours and over, fives and over. Junior Dala, of course, can clear the ropes. Might also be very interesting to see if they do rejig their batting lineup, possibly send in Donovan Ferreira a little bit higher up the order. Rivaldo Munsani also. So they've got players who can bat at a fair tempo.
In a way, that would be at odds, though, with the decision to send Junior Dala up to open. Just trying to think why they didn't shift everyone up, say, one place in the batting order. And maybe it's because they wanted to just make one change. Dala straight stop for Senokwane. Everyone else stays in their same position. Certainly, if they're 200 for 2.
That's sharp. Didn't get up all that high. Josh van Skalvik got himself into a bit of a pickle there. Went for the duck, but might have just come off the shoulder area.
We did see in the first innings that there were periods where the DP World Lions really peppered van Skalkwyk with the short ball. They obviously saw something that they figured they could exploit. But as I was saying, obviously if the Titans get to, say, 200 for 2, then Donovan Ferreira would be an ideal guy to come in and collect some quick-fire runs before declaration.
Yeah, but this is a nice contest, though. We'll be fired up against Junior Dala. You know, though, DP World Lions, that they aren't the ones in a pressure situation to get a positive result out of this game. For them, if a win and 2 draws to start the 4-day series might be just what they're looking for. End of a fiery over from Cody Yusuf, 7 without loss.
Especially, Peter, since the log leaders at the moment, the team from Potchefstroom, the Eastvale Renault Dragons, are struggling a bit against Western Province, trailing by 120 on the first innings. So it's going to take some pretty good cricket for them to win that game. Lions in third place at the moment, a little bit less than 16 points behind the Dragons in first. As we say, welcome back to Pierre de Bruin.
Afternoon, Ken.
Oh, it's a bit loose from Jorik van Skalkwyk.
It's an interesting discussion now in where this match is, who's got the advantage, and who's going to make a move. And I can't help thinking that if there's a team that needs to make a move, it's the Titans. But at what expense? It's a new ball, and we know that this new cherry, can pick up wickets if you bowl well. The last thing they want is to get themselves into a situation where they need to bat time and to try and save a match. So I think that's where they are. It's like a very, very tough one to determine. And, the fact that they've sent in Dala, what type of approach is needed from him. He's got still on north of 12 deliveries. Perhaps he wants to have a look first to get himself in, to get used to the surface. But the last thing the Titans want is to get themselves into a situation where they're 50 for 4. And then the game is gone.
Yeah, it's tough for them because, as you said, there are 59 overs left today. They won't get all of those, but even if they go at 4 to the over, that's 230, 240 round about there, which is not enough to declare. Batting conditions look pretty good. So they're going to have to come out and bat probably through until lunch tomorrow anyway. And then 10 wickets in 2 sessions is hard.
It is hard at the moment with the surface. We haven't really seen the surface, staying low. I know 1 or 2 could have stayed low, but it still looks like a really good surface. And at the moment, it looks like you need at least 100 overs to get 10 wickets. Hopefully, the surface changes, on day 4. A lot can happen, Ken, but at the moment I can, you say that there's 59 overs left in the day. It's how the Titans are going to approach the rest of today and see and reassess in the morning to see where they are.
Which is why I say if there is going to be an outright result, at the moment you'd think the Lions are slightly more favoured to win because it's easier to see them bowling out the Titans, say, for just over 200 and then chasing down 180, 190 on the last day. So tough times for the Titans. They also have to get over the frustration of the morning session, the disappointment of not having a good lead. And as a coach, Pierre, you would have been through plenty of situations as the 4th over ends, 7 without loss, where obviously a team never takes anything for granted, but the Titans would have arrived this morning thinking, if things go well, we'll have a good first innings lead. And you want to have a positive mindset, and that's what you believe, and that's what you're striving for. Suddenly it all goes wrong in the morning session. You come out after lunch and you're behind. How do you sort of get over that frustration, disappointment? Mindset's so important, isn't it?
No, it is. That mindset is because, you'll remember that this morning they got an early wicket as well, which makes it even more frustrating, to say the least. A couple of partnerships were at the back end. And the Titans now will say that, we are chasing the game. We need a result in this competition after losing the first 2 games. So they're in a very interesting situation right now. But I do believe that within that change room, management and the players, senior players of Donovan Ferreira, I think they've got the team and the culture to say that, listen, we still need to play for a result and a positive result. They've been tested here with this new ball. You've got to give credit to the Lions opening bowlers. They're getting a little bit of movement, especially off the surface. Junior Dala, he's finding it difficult. He's still not off the mark. Faced 13 balls already.
And Cody Yusuf is bowling with quite a lot of gas from this West Lane end. You can see still a hint of green on the pitch there, a bit of assistance for the bowlers. And here's a bit of awkward bounce as well, and Junior Dala actually does quite well there to fend that off short of short leg.
Cody Yusuf, he's impressed me the last couple of seasons. He's really developed into a skillful bowler, not just in red ball cricket. With the likes of having Alan Donald working with you 24/7, you would definitely expect that. That there's another good delivery in that fifth stump line channel. Three slips in position.
Yeah, I guess what Cody Yusuf has done well this afternoon is that he hasn't given Junior Dala any easy one. Nothing too straight, no easy little nudge away on the leg side to get off strike. Jorik van Skalkwyk giving some advice to Junior Dala. Jorik's not too far away from being half Junior Dala's age.
You're right. Made his debut last week.
Impressive young batter, though. No question about that. Batted really well in the first innings for 72. Just 18 years old still.
That previous delivery, Junior Dala just getting back some of his own medicine. There's something brewing here, Ken. I can feel it. And I say that because of Junior Dala being sent in up at the top. He's faced 17 deliveries, still not off the mark. There's just something brewing here. You know, how long is he? Oh, he's off the mark. He's off the mark.
Well, that'll be a relief for Junior Dala. Would have been a bit of a shock for him to be told, having just come off the field and having bowled with a lot of effort this morning. Junior strapped them on. You're opening the batting.
I wouldn't be surprised if Junior actually came with that suggestion to say, we need to move this game forward. Let me go see what I can do up front. I wouldn't be surprised. That's just the way he is. Very proactive in his thinking. Either way, he's got a job to do.
We do believe regular opener Liseko Senekwani has injured himself during the lunch break. As soon as we have confirmation of that, we'll let you know. A backward short leg in place now, as well as two slips on a gully. Oh, just dropping short of second slip. And Reza Hendricks does well to stop that one. Had a funny old time in the field in the first innings, Reza Hendricks. 2 absolute blinding catches he took at slip. And dropped a dolly as well. Yeah, see, just chopping short there of Reza Hendricks. Seems to have given himself a yard or two coming forward now. Darla will get one into the covers. Van Skalkwyk had to hurry a bit there. As Seletwan is very quick. Very nimble in the covers there.
Just on the decision, just got clarity on Dala opening the batting. Senekwane was off the field for 12 minutes. So he couldn't take the field when that last wicket fell. He had to wait 12 minutes to open the batting. He's not injured.
Oh, that has to be considered a bit of an oversight then. You don't really want your opening batsman wandering off the field with 9 wickets down, do you?
It could have been a toilet break. But yeah, I agree. He had to wait his 12 minutes. Couldn't open the batting. So that wicket just fell within the time that he was off the field.
It's been that sort of day for the Titans. Not much has gone right for them. End of the over, 10 without loss, 6 gone. Pierre de Bruin has had a busy day. He spoke earlier about his Fidelity Titans team. The ladies heading off to Potch tomorrow for the opening game of their season. And we did spy Pierre out on the field during the lunch break. The main field here, putting a few of the other members of the Titan squad through their paces in a few fielding drills. You looked quite angry out there, Pierre. You were working them hard.
It's great to be involved with the men from a fielding perspective. I'll be involved in the T20 competition. That's a good delivery. In the T20 competition as a fielding coach, and those were the white ball players that are not involved in this game that I was told to heat up the kitchen a little bit, which is not difficult for me. Just the 35 minutes of some intense work, getting. We really pride ourselves as a franchise when it comes to fielding units and fielding standards, and that's something we're going to pride ourselves on in this T20 competition.
Oh, it's a good effort at short leg there. But Darla will get a couple of runs. Yeah, I guess the word intensity, well, you said it, intensity, so important in T20 cricket for the fielding side. We spoke earlier today about how field placings can send a message to the opposition about your intent. But even more so in T20 cricket, isn't it? The fielding just has to be relentless.
Absolutely, and there's so many other factors that comes with the fielding part. Oh, that's a ripper. That's a Junior Dala didn't know much about that delivery. It was fast. That's hit him hard. He's gonna possibly look for treatment.
Cody Yusuf abandoning the line outside off stump and targeting the body. And that really could have gone anywhere. That's vicious. Nadine Gummit will come onto the field to give Darla some attention. I thought he got a bit of body as well as the helmet, but just checking out the helmet. Cody Yusuf is certainly fired up. Wasn't at his best in the first innings, but looks like he's got a pretty good rhythm today.
Very much so, in control. Ball speed is up there.
So there's the match situation at the moment. You see the Titans are still 6 runs behind. That's after Delano Potgieter inspired the Lions to a first innings lead of just 18 runs. Run out for 99, Delano Potgieter. And useful contributions as well from Dominic Hendricks at the top of the order with 79. Josh Richards made 54. And helping Potgieter in the lower order, Bjorn Fortuin with 39 and Cody Yusuf with 44. Titans will be looking for a similar first wicket stand to what they had on the first day when Van Skalkwyk and Senekwane put on 123. Right, Junior Dala's okay. Ready to face the music again.
Okay, your thoughts on that first test in Pakistan?
Good toss to win for Pakistan, first thought. And obviously made it count on that first day. In those sort of conditions, you've got to score well in the first innings, don't you? And the Proteas just left themselves too much to do. Too much of a deficit in the first innings. Very happy to see Deval Brevis bat so well in the second innings though, and got a phenomenal delivery that got him out eventually. It's a good attempt at a Yorker from Cody Yusuf, but Dala's good enough to keep it out. I do, and I'd love to know your views on this. I do wonder if, in terms of the makeup of the attack, if 3 frontline spinners wasn't overkill. Vian Mulder bowled 2 overs in the whole match, and I don't know if Proteas, stick to your strengths and maybe another quick bowler who can reverse swing it.
Yeah, it was a long discussion out at the Afrikaans commentary for SuperSport during that test match, and they wanted 2 permutations that we discussed. The first one was Stubbs. In the last 8 innings is now for South Africa, he's averaging below 4. So you're going to have to make a change there. You can't continue that. You possibly need a bit of a mental break. You have got Bedingham there. The other one is Maharaj is coming back, and he's probably going to come in for Subrian. where I thought Simon Harmer bowled well. He was a bit unlucky not to get a couple of more wickets. But I'm in the opinion, if you look at what Shaheen Afridi did there at the back end of this game to wrap it up with 4 wickets, getting some serious reverse swing, is that we do need another seamer. We can't expect Kagiso Rabada to do all the work. He's also a different type of bowler that's not necessarily going to get that reverse swing. I'm more in favour of a Corbin Bosch, to be honest. I think his bowling action, allows for reverse swing. I think he's skiddy and fast. Janssen at the other, he's a left-arm seamer. He's much taller. You've already got Rabada, which is a tall bowler. Hassan Ali showed, with that one just stayed a bit low. Hassan Ali showed he's very short and skiddy, how effective. He was very unlucky not to get Tony Dezorzi out 3 times in that first over. But he's going to have to think about a couple of changes. I think Pakistan will definitely prepare the same type of surface going forward into the next test match. So that's my thinking, is that Stubbs has got to, he's got to have a rest. Put it that way, not being dropped, but averaging below 4 in the last 8 innings is you just can't carry on with that. Although he's still a good player, that's an excellent shot, straight drive past the umpire, nice and positive. Yes, it was full, but he got himself into a very good position.
Yeah, I like it when Van Skalkwyk plays like that. He just looks very controlled, very compact, punches very nicely down the ground. He did a fair amount of that on the first day. And I like your selections, pair, as well. I'm with you. Tristan Stubbs, I think it would be the merciful act to give him a bit of a break. David Bedingham is a good player of spin as well. Get him in there. And then get in another proper fast bowler into the attack who hopefully can get a bit of reverse going. So, yeah, Corbin Bosch would seem to fit the bill. And then pray you win the toss.
Oh, you're going to have to. You're going to have to. But the thing is, Ken, if you look at that test match, look at that test match, is that Pakistan's first innings of 370 odd, whatever it was. We didn't take there were opportunities there. We dropped 3 or 4 catches in that first innings. It's probably there. There's enough width. There's no third man in place. He would feel that he's missed out, the youngster.
The only thing I will say is that bowling from that Hennops River end, we've seen a few in that sort of outside off channel actually bounce quite steeply, more than expected from that area. So just needs to maybe bear that in mind.
Pakistan, getting that first inning score at 260 plus partnerships. Whereas day 2, that wicket, the wicket turned all the time. But we didn't capitalize on a couple of partnerships, couple of batsmen that got themselves in, apart from Dezorzi, in that first innings. It wasn't a day 2 pitch where you get skittled for 270 or 260. There were many opportunities there for us to get very close to their first inning score, which we didn't. I think, if they reflect, it was just in areas where they should have been better. A couple of partnerships should have gone 150 plus. So ultimately, your first innings dictates for that whole game, and already being behind over 100 runs in that first innings, the pressure was on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any need to panic, because it's basically 2 basic things, isn't it? Catching in that first innings, that crucial partnership between Rizwan and Salman. Couple of chances went down there. early on. And that was the partnership which really gave Pakistan the advantage in the first innings. And then, as you say, partnerships in the South African innings. Just not enough really big ones. So 16 without loss now.
There was a massive opportunity for South Africa. Pakistan lost 3 wickets on 199. They found themselves 199 for 5 with 3 wickets. There was the window of opportunity just to, to take the game and say, okay, we have to control this. But like you say, there were a couple of chances, couple of opportunities that they've missed. It cost them dearly. There's the little outside half of the bat. Pass point.
Yeah, Junior Dollar at times trusts his hand-eye coordination, not a great mover of the feet, and just driving a little bit away from the body there, and with the away movement, aerially through backward point. Cody Yusuf will be encouraged.
He would be. South Africa, Titans, they now in the lead, 2 runs.
Cody Yusuf into his 5th over now of the spell. Sharp bounce again. Well dealt with by Junior Dala.
He's showing some fight. He's really showing some fight. He's already been hit. You can see that one arm, it's like a lazy arm. It's lame. That left arm. He's showing a bit of grit for his team. After he's bowled a few overs as well.
The one thing we do know about Junior Dala is that he's very fit. So
extremely fit.
Yeah. No workload issues there, or very few. Oh, a bit of a leading edge this time by Dala. Cody Yusuf is throwing everything at him. Cody Yusuf also very fit. I think this is his 5th over. He looks like he could bowl a couple more. Edged all the way along the ground. I think Junior Dala must have faced 80% of Cody Yusuf's deliveries in this inning so far. And it's a very fired up Cody Yusuf. Ball is coming out very nicely indeed. Just backing away a little, Junior Dala, fending. Survives another over though. It's 9 overs gone, 20 without loss, and as Pierre de Bruin said, the Titans are ahead by 2. Just briefly on your Fidelity Titans ladies side, opening their campaign, you're up against the promoted team in the Northwest Dragons. Would you prefer playing the new team first up, or would you prefer to get them later in the season?
Look, whoever you get first is all about your own preparation and where this team and this squad is right now. I feel that, 4 or 5 months ago, it's always tough for a team or group to, get used to new coaching management, etc. But I must say this, each and everyone has just embraced it, embraced new ideas. Also, lifting the standard in the training environment. That was their bat? Yes, I think so. Inside edge. Good delivery, just sharp coming back off the deck.
This new ball suddenly seems to be doing a lot more than the second new ball did for the Titans, and I think it's to do with the energy of the bowlers.
It is, but if you look at that, it's off the surface. For me, there's a lot more happening off the surface. Now, whether that is, a couple of these cracks just starting to open a little bit. There's no cloud cover the last couple of days, and it's quite hot out there. So perhaps these cracks are just opening slowly but surely. That's off the pad. But I do agree, to use the conditions and pitches like this, which are very flat, you've got to put your back in, you've got to, put a lot of energy into it, like that.
Titans men's team on a similar situation to their ladies side. Oh, van Skalkwyk. Titans men's side also a new coach this season in Ravash Gobin. And they also had to open the campaign with 2 away games in tough places to go, let's be honest. Paarl and Potgieter is especially tough for the bowlers. And I think it's fair to say that this has been a much improved performance back here at home this week.
It is. Obviously, there's a bit of disappointment in those first 2 games, especially going to Paarl and going to Potch, where, the surfaces are, very tough to bowl on. That's a good delivery. But it's all about, learning from those first 2 games, and you've now got back-to-back home games. Next week, another home game. Warriors.
So, Sia Plaki asking lots of questions as well. His first over. Oh, has he got a little feather on that? He has. Umpire Castle lifts his finger. Van Skalkwyk can't believe it. Van Skalkwyk's gone for 13 off 26 balls. Caught behind McConaughey Stozen off Sia Plaki.
It seems like it's one of those deliveries that also just came back off the surface. There we can see it, inside edge. He got a bit loose. Van Skalkwyk, the last 10 minutes, tried to uppercut the ball on the offside, played a big drive shot in this over, and there he was just caught on the crease. Inside edge. And the first wicket for the Lions, Titans 24 for 1.
Well, it's Sia Plaki who has made the breakthrough. It's been an excellent first over from him, but it's just been unrelenting pressure from both ends. Cody Youssef Luto Sapamla with the new ball. And Luseko Senekwani will now come to the wicket. Pierre de Bruin explained earlier why he didn't open. He was off the field at the end of the Lions innings and had to serve his time, if you like. It just looked like a very awkward attempt at a drive there by Van Skalkwyk, not in position.
As I said, the last 10 minutes or so, he got loose. And you've mentioned the relentless discipline and the spell of the Lions bowlers have caused that. And that's, as an 18-year-old, as time goes on, he will learn that you've just got to fight through these patches where you're tested, where it feels like I don't know where my next run is coming from. And this is what this format, brings, and what makes it so great for me is that it's really testing your patience, your composure, your decision making. And there, he just couldn't help himself. His release was in his head, in his young mind. His release was to get a boundary, and he will learn.
So after those wise words from Pierre de Bruin, we're going to have a commentary change as Pilisande Sitraba will be joining Pierre de Bruin.
Junior, change the bowler, right over.
Senekwane and Dala, the new partnership for the Titans. 24 for 1, just lost the young man van Skalkwyk. Junior Dala, he's been very patient, and talking about patience, which Van Skalkwyk had a lack of, as Junior Dollar showed that. But again, that's the experience part. We've spoken about the quality of this spell, this little phase of 10 overs between the three seamers in Sapamla, Yusuf and Plaiki. It's been relentless. They've used the pitch very well, although might have seemed like it's quite a flat wicket. They just got the areas right, and there's definitely something off the wicket busy happening. Whether it's a couple of cracks opening up, but they've not left that area.
Yeah, Pierre, I think one thing that I've liked about this bowling spell between Yusuf Sapamla and Sia Plaiki is that they've bent their backs. Watching that over from Sia Plaiki from just outside the balcony here, he's just running in knees high, especially when he's coming into approaching the crease. He's just added an extra bit of energy, and they've got a bit of purchase out of this wicket. I think that it's a docile wicket, and looking at some of the scores, 368 plays, 380 odd. There's still some life left in this pitch, and if you can bend your back, as Sia Plaiki has shown, you can get some rewards. That first over from Luto Sapamla got the ball to nip back into the right-handers. So a wicket that you need to bend your back on to be able to get the results.
Bit wider this one. Possibly tried the outswinger. A couple of them just angling in or nipping back into the right-hander. This one, he just wanted to get the ball to shape away from the right-hander. The discussion at the the break would have been from the bowling coach Alan Donald is that how crucial this new ball is, and if you're not going to use it properly, you know, your chances of getting breakthroughs will be very limited. They could leave in that channel.
Yeah, all the experience from Alan Donald, he'll remind them of how important the new ball is, in especially getting early wickets. They could have had two here. Risa Hendricks dropped one at second slip of the bowling of Luta Sipamla. Junior Dala on that occasion, the batter. So they have created opportunities to get wickets. They've pouched one already.
Oh, another one that Dala didn't know much about. Another one on the body, end of the over, 24 for 1.
Brave cricketer, Junior Dala. He will wear a lot of these deliveries, but one thing that he'll remind himself is that he's still there for the team. Tough cricketer. Doesn't want to give his wicket away here. Didn't keep his eyes on that long enough to be able to not look all too uncomfortable. Men's SAA squad, like the look of that.
Yeah, Ackerman's captain Bavuma is getting some game time, important game time. Hamza, which is in Pakistan currently. That one probably off the pad, thigh pad, yes. Umpire just confirming that. Jordan Herman, Ruben Herman, Rivaldo's Moon Sammy, Carl Simmons, Senokwane, which is playing in this game, Sir Brian. So what you see there is actually Shukri Conrad still taking some of those fringe players in the Proteas setup to ensure that they get game time. That will be a wide. And 4 of them. Way too high.
Yeah, he's got the ingredients though. Siap, like he's got the pace. Just a little bit too short on that occasion. Like the look of that squad though. An extra spinner in Carl Simmons. The addition from the New Zealand A series a couple of weeks ago here in South Africa. Obviously subcontinent conditions, those. Prinell and Sir Brian also playing in that first test match in Lahore. Cody Yusuf. Tian van Vuren is a really nice cricketer. Really enjoy him. Probably one of the guys that a lot of the Division 1 teams will be lurking to see whether they can lure him across next season. Busy playing his cricket down at the Free State with the Knights, relegated of course at the end of last season, but still very much a settled SAA squad. Tele, Hamza, Herman, Moon Sammy, all involved in that New Zealand A series. Tsepo Mreki.
Oh, here's the one-day squad. With Neil Bartman, also very exciting bowler. Here we can see Pretoria's Delano Potgieter, which got 99 in the first innings here. All little extra bounce off that length. Cody Yusuf, Jason Smith, he was in the team recently there against Namibia. Kwena Mapaka. That's also, it's a very good squad.
You might find that not Neil Bartman is in for perhaps Gerald Kutsia, who might be struggling with a bit of injury. Kwena Mapaka also added to that squad.
bat never bounced. I think it's a good decision. Yes, he was caught in the crease, but that ball just nipped back too much. Yeah, it's a good decision. Very good decision. That rushed him.
Okay, didn't get up a hell of a lot, but yeah, you could see how Junior Dala was already shuffling around to square leg, so it suggests that that ball was missing the stumps completely. So, a very good decision from umpire Spele Lagasa. And of course, that A tour precedes the test tour for the Proteas to India.
You've got to give credit to Enoch Nokwe, Shukri Conrad, the thinking behind taking your A tours to play before an official Protea tour, which includes all formats. I think that's the way forward. Is to take your squads, because you would think that Pretoria's Mapaka, there's a couple of players there, maybe Bjorn Fortuin, Ngaba Peter, that will stay on and form part of the Protea squad. I think it's very clever. Very well bowled, but also very well played. 30 for 1.
Yeah, it gives the A tours some substance, doesn't it? It gives the players to play for something, knowing that there's reward after good performances on that A tour. You know you're within the fringes of being selected for the national side. There's test match places up for grabs. There's ODI places up for grabs. T20 places up for grabs. So good performances there against probably and arguably one of the best cricket nations in the world right now in India.
You see there, Temba Bavuma, he's only available for the second match. That's purely to give him some game time, get him out there. Currently not fit for the Pakistan tour. Three slips in a gully. Very attacking now from the lines.
Yeah, first match of that 4-day unofficial test match. A series starts on the 30th of October. '30th of October till the 9th of November. Those 2 4-day unofficial test matches in Bengaluru. And then we'll move on to the Saurashtra Cricket Association Stadium in Rajkot for those one-day internationals, unofficial one-day internationals, 13th to the 19th of November. So that sort of in and around the time that the Proteas are on tour to India. So really, really good ploy, really exciting tour for these players as well. Oh, leading edge. Safe enough though for Sinukwane. It's also a tour that's in season.
I was about to, that's actually what I'm thinking about right now. It's it's the T20 domestic competition is starting soon. So some of the provincial teams will have to start their planning without a few players. I think it's a tough one, that, if you think about it. Then you've got to have your planning in place without your Proteas players, but now also with your SAA players, the tier below.
I think that's why the youngsters become so important, the development of the youngsters. We were speaking earlier on about the likes of Joris van Schalkwyk in this side, the Schalk Engelbrechts. They'll be the ones that will fill those gaps. That is a really good short ball.
That's one of those. The ball didn't bounce as much as he has anticipated. That's where you look at that ball for that split second. You make yourself smaller and smaller, just wishing for that ball just to get over your head.
Yeah, and the absence of some of those A players also will test the depth of probably the smaller unions, your Northwest, without having a guy that's done really, really well for them, Ruben Herman, who's been sort of such a revelation and really resuscitated his career.
Over it.
Titans 30 for 1. Going a rate just above 2. 49 overs left in the day. See around the corner, which you would expect a couple of discussions within the change room between the head coach Rivash Gobind, Albie Morkel, a couple of senior players in just putting a plan in place for this last session. Another one just staying low. It's an awkward length, that. Really awkward length.
And he's been able to hit it consistently, Siaplaiki. He's been the one that's provided the DP World Lions with the breakthrough. Joris van Schalkwyk edging behind to Connor Estes, and what he's done is hit that length where it's become a little bit awkward for the right-handers. They don't know whether it's going to take off or just stay a little bit low. Twice now it's hit Junior Dala on the pads, hoping that it will bounce a little bit higher than it has.
Makes it difficult for Junior Dala. He's been hit a couple of times on the body. You know, he's been peppered with a couple of shorter deliveries. So he's very reluctant going forward. And that's exactly what the bowler wants, pushing him back the whole time. You know, Junior Dala, as he stands there, he's thinking, I'm not going to lunge forward. I've been hit a couple of times, so I'm just going to make sure that I get my bat in the way, you know, if it stays low. But it's a very, very attacking field now. There's a extra man there in a straightish mid-wicket area. There's a leg slip in place now as well, especially for that short ball, which Dala has just pushed that one. And the best way for him is now just to stand at the other end.
Yeah, it's good batting that. There's plenty of singles up on offer because of the ultra-attacking field. 3 slips, gully, leg slip, short leg, short mid-wicket. So plenty of gaps for the drop and run. And Senokwane does well also to be alert to that single. It changes a little bit now for him. More established in terms of batting ability of the two. Leg slip goes to point, Richard Seletswane. Of Siaplaki also does is, especially when you have a batter that's less in ability, like you rightly mentioned, it pushes them back a little bit. And that foolish delivery becomes the surprise one because he's expecting a barrage of short deliveries. That's why he still has plenty of men in the slip cordon to be able to get that outside edge, have him caught at first, second, or third, or gully. But it also requires patience, the plan. Trust that it's still going to work.
That's a beauty. Unplayable. Extra bounce.
Yeah, good energy. Really, really good energies from Siya Plaatje. Probably he wasn't going to play this game if Baye Swanepoel was fit and available. But he's been impressive. He's bowled with good gas. A little bit wayward on that first morning, but he's pulled it back nicely. He's settled on a length which he feels comfortable to bowl on a surface like this at SuperSport Park.
Oh, is there a run out? Yes! Brad White, umpire, gives him out. That is not good from the Titans. Just before tea, run out.
Great cricket from the DP World Lions. The drop and run wasn't there. Seletswane was in tight at point. And good awareness also from Delano Potgieter. Knew that Connor Esterhuizen, the wicket keeper, was too far to be able to get there to affect the run out. Does it himself from short leg. Excellent cricket that from the DP World Lions. Promoted to open the batting, Junior Dala. He did a job to hang around. Well, he's gone. They lose their second on 31 here. The momentum multiplied Titans.
Junior Dala was just slow to react to that call. Although, just have a look at them there. Yeah, just very slow to react. I would like to see, have a look at that run out again from the side. But unnecessary. That is the last thing you want. Is a run out, especially in this, phase where it's about 9 minutes to tea.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing that the run probably wasn't there. Seletswane was really tight at point. In the end, it's an underarm really to affect the run out. But good awareness from Potgieter. Does well to come in. Knew that probably Seletswane had one stump to aim at. And that he needed to be there to collect the throw and affect the run out. I would have seen Potgieter also maybe whisper something in Senokwane's ear, reminding him of how he needs to score the runs now.
Good delivery. First up to Keegan Peterson. Test these. It was over up Senokwane. He's got to remove that out of his head right now and just focus on the next ball. I would have liked to see a dive from Junior Dala, because there is a moment when you run and you get close where you think, oh, I might be in trouble here. The moment that kicks in is when you dive. And most of the time when you dive, the umpires think, that I can't give that out. It's too close. I would have just liked to see the dive there.
Yeah, a little bit of desperation. But I think he was caught off guard, really. I think he didn't expect the call from Senokwane to be a positive one. He knows he's quick. He's going to get to the other end very easily, Senokwane, but it's him that's running to the danger end. Junior Dala probably not backing up a little bit. A couple of minutes before tea, you probably want to just see the session out and get to tea unscathed. They were sharp at DP World Lions on that occasion.
You're 100% right. He didn't expect that. If you look at that, the highlight there at the back, he didn't expect it. He was caught off guard.
Yeah, lots of chatter now from the Momentum Multiply Titans. Maybe a word or two about not coming out and facing the first few overs for Senekwane, then running out his non-striker. So all sorts of pressure for him now to try and get through and get to tea.
Yeah, they'll jump on that. 14 minutes off the field with the Lions being 9 down as an opening batter. You don't leave the field unless, I mean, we don't know, unless it was a desperate toilet break, which can happen. And then the run out, and then 5 minutes before tea, you better not get yourself out now. That's the only thing that he's hearing. Excellent delivery again.
It's nice testing over this from Lutusupamla. You can hear him breathe heavily on the stump mic there. He's just putting in a lot of energy just before the tea break. Another wicket here throws the cats amongst the pigeons for the Momentum Multiply Titans. 31 for 2 and only 13 runs ahead. So effectively it's 13 for 2. So another wicket here. The Lions will be really happy.
Good leave and good over. Titans 31 for 2. 15 overs. So this ball is still fairly new. It's a lush outfield. It's a lush square. Decent grass cover on the playing surface. So they'll be looking after that ball very carefully, the Lions bowlers. Here we can see the lush outfield, SuperSport Park. The last week, Centurion had some nice rain. Summary so far, 368 in the first innings for the Titans and Lions, with a couple of frustrating partnerships for the Titans at the back end. 386. Delano Potgieter ran himself out on 99 with 9 wickets down. And now we're in the third innings, which is one that's in the balance. Oh, there's extra bounce just short of point.
Sharp again from Blakey. It's bowled really well. Just hitting that back of a length area. And at good pace as well. That climbed on Keegan Peterson. Did well enough in the end for it not to balloon straight to point or to gully behind him. And this is a precarious last few minutes before tea for the home side. Cannot afford to lose another wicket here. And they're hunting the Lions. They really are. Getting over so closer, the inner ring fielders.
Bowling coach Alan Donald will be very proud and pleased with this performance. These three seamers, Yusuf, Sapamla, Plaiki. Their discipline, their energy, the ball speed, the areas that they've been in. Very, very pleased with this effort. So that last delivery, another change in the field with a leg slipped. I mean, into position. Still got the 3 slips, a gully. There isn't a point in position. Short, but well played by Peterson.
It looked a little awkward though from Keegan Peterson. Not perfectly timed, but because it's ultra attacking fields, there's oodles of space on the leg side. Any piece of bat onto it and fast outfield gets it down to the boundary for 4. But still good energies. It's a good bumper from Blakey. And that move again, because it wasn't cleanly timed by Peterson. Just to ask that man that was sort of hovering at mid-on to go halfway through to the boundary on the leg side. Good reply that. Good reply from Peterson. Gets solidly in behind the ball.
Two deliveries remain. Should be T after these 2 deliveries. Wouldn't be surprised if he's getting tested again with that short ball. Deep squares now on the boundary. There it is. A good leave. Just get underneath it.
Excellent. Really good. Proper energies from the DP World Lions here. It's the final message from Dom Hendricks, who's run all the way from first slip to the bowler.
Well bowled and well played. It's a little punch through mid wicket. It's the end of the over. 35 for 2, and players that's going to go and enjoy a little break. Lions, with their 16 overs, used the 3 seam bowlers. And you have to give them a lot of credit. They ran in until that last ball. They just ran in. I would have loved to see what pace these bowlers operated at. We don't have a speed gun, but it must have been around the late 130s, touching 140, possibly a bit quicker at times. The feeling is that at tea time, with 1 session remain, is that the Lions are just a little bit ahead of the Titans. Van Skalkwyk, the youngster, got 13 of 26. He just got a little bit impatient. Junior Dala recently ran out for 9. Blakey with 1 wicket. Sapambla, excellent figures. 0 for 11 in 7. And we are going to take a little break. And we'll see you in 20 minutes.
kumaka kuti kakodroka anoda kungovira ndaumabhorera kusaidi koko ndo life yacho but inotomboda kurongerwa somehow
dendero
ngojegana zvichikuinda zvakanaka haungazomirire munhu wani hachetonoza sema kana mungogara muri mafesi hapana problem
iplazi yako chete blood saka kune safe kunyange kudaita zvemabhulazi nomujoza ndakamboda kuti awaiwa waende kumunhu wasingazivi ndainongodawo pamumafesi
Welcome back to SuperSport Park, where the DP World Lions are just taking the field after the tea break. And it's been a wonderful day for the visiting side. They began the day on 269 for 6. Still 99 runs behind the Titans' first innings of 368. Well, the Lions managed to get themselves to 386 all out, a lead of 18, thanks to Delano Potgieter. And they've then struck twice in the Titans' second innings. Titans resuming on 36 for 2, effectively 18 for 2. And no question that the Lions bowlers came out firing in the second innings. The three of them used Cody Yusuf, Luto Sapamna, and Sia Plaiki. Plaiki got the opening wicket when he had Jorik van Schalkwyk caught behind for 13. And then, as often happens when a side is struggling for confidence and just having a bad day all round, a run out. Junior Dala, it was probably a risky single anyway, given that it was to Richard Seletwani, who's so quick in the field. But Dala was slow to set off and run out, having surprisingly opened the batting, and that's because Niseko Senekwane was off the field at the end of the Lions innings and still had time to serve, so he couldn't open the batting. Anyway, Dala ran out for 9, having been there for 72 minutes, faced 48 balls. Niseko Senekwane is yet to get off the mark. He's been there for over half an hour, 17 deliveries. Keegan Peterson in picture will take the first ball. After tea, though, Bjorn Fortuin bowling. Peterson on 5 not out, and alongside me is Pila Sunday Sikaba. Pila, how this game has turned around today.
It has. And I like that session from the DP World Lions. Just bounced a little of that from Bjorn Fortuin. It was fiery. Their seamers really brought the energy. See, Aplaki was impressive. The speed in which he bowled at. Also getting the wicket of Joris van Schalkwyk. And I just of session really set the tone for the Lions.
As we see another single to the cover sweeper. Well, it's exactly what Pierre de Bruin before tea. See, the Titans didn't want to happen. After a tough old morning session for them, they wanted to kind of set the pace, try and dictate proceedings in the third innings, with a view to setting up a declaration and you know, trying to get a much needed result out of this game after losing their first 2 matches. But unfortunately, they've found themselves in a bit of a battle for survival at 39 for 2, and that's effectively 21 for 2. The Lions will be smelling blood in the water.
Yeah, and also go back to before the Lions, in fact, before the Titans' second inning started. I mean, there's a little bit of a way, you know, the field is and the players. You know, the side is 9 down. So as an opening batter, you probably don't want to be on the field for a little bit longer so that you're able and eligible to open the batting. So, I mean, there's just small things that add up at the end, of a result here.
Nudged around the corner by Keegan Peterson for one. That's exactly what surprised me about that story, Pila. When I heard it, I was, what's the opening batsman doing going off the field when the opposition are 9 down? And it's little things, but when a team is struggling, they just sort of compound, don't they? And then Dala gets run out.
Yeah, and unless it was a desperate situation that kept him off the field for that long. Also, the time spent off the field is also what I'm questioning. Why are you off the field for that long? What did you need to do that took more than 20 minutes of your time off the field? Knowing that the opposition is 9 down, the end of the innings is imminent. Give yourself an opportunity to be there at the start of the second innings to really maximize. Then they have to send in Dala, who, to his credit, did really well. So there's just some little things that just not adding up to what the Titans want to do here.
Sia Plaki has bowled with quite a lot of venom, showing he's a slippery customer, got a bit of pace. Just been sliding down leg a little bit too much, we saw it in this over as well. But that opening over to Jorg van Skalkwyk was absolutely outstanding. Really gave him a working over and then had him caught behind the penultimate ball of his first over. He does look threatening, Sia Plaki, no question. There's a leg slip in place, which is why Senekwani's pulling the bat away from balls down the leg side. Doesn't want to get a little tickle to Richard Seletwani there at leg slip.
He's bowled with a lot of gusto. Sia Plaiki's been really impressed with him. By and large, he's kept things relatively simple, hit a hard back of a length. Most impressive thing is that it's pace. Can't buy that off the shelf. He's got it. It's natural. Comes really naturally to him to bowl fast. It's a huge box ticked. You can sort of work around smaller and finer detail class in the future. Still 24, still plenty of time for him to still develop Sia Plaiki, but the most important thing is that he's got pace. And that's what you want. Sure, there'll be a lot of people keeping a close eye on him and his development going forward in his career.
Well, under the tutelage of Lions bowling coach Alan Donald, you don't get much better than that for a young fast bowler. 40 for 2 after 18 overs.
Yeah, not a bad person to learn off. Garnet Kruger also involved in that Lions setup. He was handy fast bowler himself, Garnet Kruger.
Yeah, Garnet probably should have played more for South Africa than he did. It was just unfortunate that he seemed to always get selected after he'd been in outstanding form. He'd have these incredible patches, where he's taking lots and lots of wickets and no call up, and then belatedly would get called up, and he's sort of on the other side of the hill now in terms of in terms of form. Yeah, he was slippery, Garnet Kruger, no doubt about that. Bjorn Fortuin really slowing down the pace there, making it very difficult for Keegan Peterson to time the forcing shot. We spoke earlier about how we reckon the Titans would want to try and go at around sort of 4 runs to the over, just to give themselves a chance of declaring with enough time to bowl the Lions out a second time, but they're battling to get going in this innings. The run rate is just 2.2 to the over. Credit to the DP World Lions bowlers, though. They've been excellent. And we saw the new ball in the hands of the Lions bowlers do a lot more than the second new ball did for the Titans after 2 overs this morning. Down the wicket, nicely lofted by Keegan Peterson. Quality shot, it's going to run away to the boundary.
Yeah, first signs of aggression now from the momentum multiplied Titans. Keegan Peterson has had enough of just going back and prodding defensively. Decides to just skip down the wicket, and because mid-on and mid-off are up inside the circle, it's an easy boundary to get for Keegan Peterson. He's a quality player. He's already got 100 in this season. So they were looking at him to drive this game forward for the momentum multiplied Titans and hopefully eke out a positive result by the end of the day's play tomorrow on the 4th day.
Got that 100 in his previous match, did Keegan Peterson, 119 not out against the Dragons in Potgieter. Looked in good touch in the first innings as well, made 23 before falling to a magnificent slip catch by Reza Hendricks off the spin of Bjorn Fortuin.
Lead of 26. Much longer do they bat for? They obviously want to close out today. And then tomorrow morning also look to score at a quick rate. Today becomes important. This session becomes important for the Titans. What pace do they go at in terms of run scoring? And then try and add as much as they can tomorrow morning. Depending on how quickly they score today, also determines how quickly they score tomorrow. Declare and send the Lions in to have a bat with an opportunity to win the game. Don't want to just carelessly give the advantage to the opposition, knowing that you don't have a realistic chance of winning the game. Worst case scenario for them is a draw, but the best possible one has to be a win, and they have to push for it.
Well, worst case scenario is they lose, because then they don't get the 6 points you get for a draw. And at the moment, you'd have to say the Lions are firm favourites. The Titans this session, they really can't afford to lose more than 1 or 2 wickets. And they need to start getting on top of this admirable Lions attack, just to lay the platform for a dart tomorrow. For the Lions, this final session, 2 and a bit hours to play. Oh, if they can get 3 more wickets, that'll leave them extremely well placed going into the last day. Connor Esterhazy, the wicketkeeper, doing a acrobatic save there.
Yeah, nice of Tom Hendricks to go to see Plak and have a chat. Just remind him to not waste deliveries. Yes, you're putting in maximum effort, but don't spray it. Don't spend energy on just balls that are ineffective. Yes, there is a leg slip, but you have to be on target to be able to bring that leg slip in play.
Yeah, that's the line. That's the line. Yeah, I have some sympathy for Sia Plaki because it's obviously there's a clear plan here with the leg slip in place, and that puts him under a bit of pressure to actually execute that plan. And it's obviously a leg side plan, looking for the little tick around the corner, and quite easy just to force it a bit and get too wide down the leg side. There was a nice bounce with that delivery. Gully is very close in to the batsman. Nicely driven by Lesego Senekwane. He's had a bit of a struggle to get going, but that'll make him feel a lot better. Takes him to 5 off 30 deliveries and ends the over on a very positive note for the momentum multiplier Titans. 48 for 2.
Yeah, nice way to end the over for Lesego Senekwane. He's confidently pushed that down the ground for 4. He's taken his time to get off the mark also.
Some more repairs to the landing area needed. What sort of beat would you call that, Pila? Is that a deep house beat?
More of a lock drum.
I'm a piano.
Yeah, it's more of a lock drum. It's nice rhythmic. Yeah, strong piano culture, this part of the world. Centurion.
Following you on social media, I know you're more of a hip-hop man.
Yeah, you're spot on. Never gets old. Nice old boom bap beat from the 90s. Produced by Dr. Dre.
I was going to say, the kids of today. And then you have to go to the 90s, Pila.
Very much a millennial. Ken Bolland. You never mistake me for anything else.
It's good to see Duan Janssen. He did a bit of substitute fielding for the Titans towards the end of the Lions innings. I think he's had a bit of a niggle, which is why he hasn't actually played yet for his new team, having joined from the Dragons in the off-season.
Yeah, what an addition to this Momentum Multiply Titans squad, Duan Janssen. Tall, can swing the ball both ways. Holds a decent click as well. So they'll be keen on getting him fit, especially with sharing the workloads among the fast bowlers. There's the T20 challenge also. They'll be without a couple of players also because of a squad selection. So they'll be keen on getting him on the park as soon as possible. Duan Janssen obviously made the move with his twin brother, Marco.
Just the one. I do know that the Titans have been after the Janssen twins for a few years now. And so you're dead right. Now that they've got Duan in the squad, I want to get him on the park as soon as possible. And well, one does feel there's scope for a bit of improvement for the Titans' attack. Although they bowled better in patches during that Lions innings, there were just times of the game when their disciplines let them down a bit. There were 13 no balls. And they just let slip a really positive situation when they had the Lions 189 for 6. And they ended up adding nearly 200 more runs.
Just imagine the point of difference that he brings, Dwan Jansen, to this Titans attack. Janko Smith, equal height, right arm fast. Ooh, nice. Dwan Jansen, same height, left arm fast. Just adds a little bit of potency to that momentum multiply Titans bowling attack.
And having grown up on pretty flat pitches, I think you'll enjoy bowling here with the extra pace and bounce. Down the wicket, and good enough contact to collect another boundary. Liseko Senekwane. Good, positive stuff from him.
I think they've decided that Bjorn Fortuin might be the one that they want to attack. Has been a bit of spin. But they are confident enough to just skip down the wicket, get to the pitch of the ball. They were as close to it. And just pop him over the top of his head. They're prepared to attack the spinner more than the fast men on the other side.
Yeah, I think it's relatively low risk. There's a little bit of turn, but it's fairly slow turn, and it's not huge turn. But change of bowling from the Henops River end, and Cody Yusuf, who was outstanding in his first 5 overs for just 8 runs. Lots of gas, lots of aggression. Really gave Junior Dala a torrid time. Credit to Dala that he managed to bat through 14 overs in the unaccustomed position of opening. But Cody Yusuf is back now. Keegan Peterson in his sights.
They'll still continue with that aggressive approach with the seam from the other side. I think that's the Henops River end. And continue with that short boy ploy, that aggressive nature, still keeping that leg slip in play. Does have the tendency of just tickling things fine. Does Keegan Peterson.
I'm interested in that very short gully as well, just out of picture at the moment.
No!
Is that for the one that pops up off the splice? We have seen the occasional delivery outside off stump bowling from the Henops River end really take off.
In fact, his first delivery that he faced, Keegan Peterson, was a delivery of that nature. Just popped off a hard length and caught him on the splice of the bat and just popped up into no man's land on that offside. So, yeah, it's a good spot. Maybe just for that one that decides to pop off a length.
No! Nice, Cody. Nice, Cody.
And then the short leg in picture for the one that is fended onto the onside. They're covering their bases here, the DP World Lions, in how they want to get the wicket off Keegan Peterson. Still maintaining those 2 slips behind the wicket. Very tight attacking field.
Lots of noise coming from the middle, as you would expect from a team that's had a really good day. Titans effectively 35 for 2. Nicely driven by Peterson, half stopped by Mitchell van Buren. Peterson will jog back for a second. It's a nice battle, this. A new Protea in Cody Yusuf against a bit of a forgotten man at Protea's level, Keegan Peterson. He seemed to have the world at his feet when he was player of the series against the powerful India attack. When was that? 2021? 2? Looping up. Was it an inside edge onto thigh pad? It's all safe anyway. Amazing how quickly things change in cricket, and we've seen that today just in the match situation. Titans 55 for 2, lead by 37. As there we see what's to follow. Lots of starts in the first innings for Pretorius, Munsabi, Ferreira and Khalim. They needed Lazard Williams to bail them out a bit in the lower order. But I would say this partnership is especially important, Pila, because Pretorius, Munsabi, Ferreira are real dashers, real stroke players, especially Pretorius and Ferreira. And if they can come in with a little bit of a platform, if they can come in when the Lions bowlers have been worn down a bit, they certainly can be dangerous. Beautifully bowled. Fortain thinks there was a little edge that then popped up off the pad. No one else round the bat seemed particularly interested.
Might have copped an inside edge and then ballooned up. Certainly things change very quickly in cricket. You must always be proactive in the sport like this. Take your opportunities when they're given. The game moves so quickly. Sometimes it moves with you, and sometimes it leaves you behind.
Yeah, just one lapse, one little, gifting a wicket. We saw that in the Lions innings when Josh Richards and Dom Hendricks were totally dominant. And then Richards just slapped onto cover, and suddenly 2 or 3 more wickets followed. Heard umpire Brad White there giving Keegan Peterson a leg stump guard. Obviously just trying to keep his pads out of the way of the arm ball that Bjorn Fortuin is so famous for, and give himself a bit of room to play through the offside. Just like that. Oh, it's a nice bounce to mid-off. Got the throw away quickly. intercepted Dom Hendricks, but the batsmen are through for the single. 57 for 2 after 23 overs. And speaking of change, Pierre de Bruin is back with us.
Thank you, Ken. Little partnership building here for the Titans. Sinakwane Peterson. So 1 or 2 nice positive shots over the top against the left arm spinner, which I enjoy. Got to keep showing that intent, looking to score. The seam bowlers of the Lions, they've been very impressive. The way they've bowled before T and then Potgieter. Well, it's a change now in Cody Yusuf. Apologies, Potgieter still has not been used. Deliberate line of attack with that leg slip in position. Deep fine leg, deep square leg. Sinakwane had to work very hard for his 10 runs, faced 40 balls so far. Keegan Peterson, 16 of 26. Just helped it along, well in control of that short ball. Plenty overs left today. Should get all the overs in. It's a beautiful day here in Centurion. Not a cloud in the sky. Titans now technically 40 for 2. Still a very attacking approach by the Lions with the 2 slips, the gully, the leg slip. Short leg. They've been very patient. Run rate 2.4. It's through very disciplined bowling. It's that basics, the top of off cliche. Good one. Well played.
One just feels this is a very crucial part of the match now. Titans 2 down already, fired up Lions attack bowling well. And these two just need to be able to absorb the pressure. I think not worry too much about the run rate at the moment. They need to stay positively, of course, and it was good to see them attack Bjorn Fortuin. I think identifying that he's probably the least dangerous of the bowlers at the moment.
Absolutely. End of the over. 58 for 2.
Because with the likes of the stroke players to come in this Titans innings, Pretorius, Ferreira, Moonsamy can score quickly as well when the situation demands it. You don't want them coming in too early. You want them to have a bit of a base, then they can do damage. And the Lions conversely, will obviously be identifying this as a key partnership that they want to break as soon as possible. And well, if they can have the Titans 5 down by stumps tonight, they'll be in a really strong position.
It's with those 2 boundaries over his head. They've now got the fielder on the boundary, long on boundary, long off. Fielder on the boundary as well. Which means that from a batting perspective, that becomes a rotation option. Here you could see that last delivery. Peterson using his feet, trying to just punch it down the ground for 1. Here's a little bit of turn. A little bit more flight.
Are you happy with both mid-on and mid-off going back, or would you like maybe one of them to stay up?
I think if you look at that last delivery, I would then say if there's one that needs to go out, it's long off. Rather force the batter to try and hit it over mid-on against the turn. Hopefully he can run past one or just get it wrong or slice it to long off. But not both.
Yeah, I mean, the Lions don't need to be defensive at the moment. The run rate's well under control. They've got a couple of wickets. You feel it's them exerting the pressure at the moment, and they don't want to loosen that grip.
A lot more flight on that previous delivery. I think he has seen now that if you give it a bit of flight, there could be a little bit of turn for you. There, just in that channel. I know it's a touch wide. But that will excite the left arm spinner Bjorn Fortuin. 58 for 2.
There's a healthy amount of grass on the pitch, so there will be grip and a bit of turn. In terms of rough, bowling from this West Lane end, there's a bit of a patch starting to grow outside the left-handers off stump. Nothing major, but just signs that it's a little bit of a bare patch there.
Sinakwane is very careful at the moment. Just got to be also careful of not getting yourself into a hole. 45 deliveries for his 10 runs. Just looks very organized from a defensive point of view. Very organized. He's got time. But there are certain deliveries, even in a defensive mindset, where you want to have a good defense, that you can punch the ball or push the ball into that extra cover area where there's no fielders. And getting off strike. You've got to still look busy. And I'm not saying busy in looking for boundaries, but busy in your movements. You know, how you defend the ball can easily get the ball into a gap. That's beautifully played. Into the gap. That's better.
Yeah, excellent shot by Senokwane there. The bounce can be a little bit up and down from that end, we've seen. But he was beautifully in control of that one. He is more of your classical style sort of opening batsman, very patient.
Good follow up. Touch fuller, touch wider. Try to invite him to drive that.
He batted for 3 hours in the first innings for 63. He's had a bit of a struggle so far this season, and he started that innings also a bit scratchily, but you could just see him growing in confidence and touch as he progressed. Luto Sapamla is doing some quite vigorous shadow bowling down at fine leg. Do you think he'll replace Fontaine? I think Fontaine's bowling pretty well.
Just through mid-wicket for the single. Also the end of the over, 62 for 2. I think it's now that time. You're approaching that time where you've got to manage your seam bowlers. So Bjorn Fortuin will continue keeping this end quiet. That's what I would think, where you just continue rotating your seam bowlers from the other end. I could be completely wrong.
I quite like the contest at the moment between Fortuin and batsmen who you sense are trying to target him a little bit. That, you know, they need to score somewhere against someone, and you know, I think they might take Fortuin on a bit, and that's a nice contest.
For Senekwane, you've got the mid-off now. More or less like an inner ring position. Long on is in between. It's a 50-50. For the Missy, perhaps. Oh! That one didn't bounce at all. It's going to run away, but the fielder will just get there. Good work. Bottom edge.
Josh Richards showing a bit of pace to chase that run down. But anxious moments. I don't think it was too close to being played onto the stumps, but will cause a few worries for the batsman.
Just there, that particular delivery, you've got to try and do more with that. It's a leg stump half volley.
Yeah, and mid-wicket's quite straight. I mean, there's a lot of space between the square leg umpire and the mid-wicket fielder.
A little bit quicker. Attack the stumps. Sweep shot.
First one we've seen in this innings. I was wondering when it was going to come.
Fortuin hands on his head. He knows that he's in there. That's hitting middle stump. So batsman missed that. He's in the game. But these days, the sweep shot in red ball cricket is become such a low risk option. You look at the previous test match. Yeah, it's not about the conventional sweep shot. It's the reverse sweep shot that's become a low risk option on turning wickets. Ryan Rickleton, Tony DeZorzi, Simon Harmer, those are the players that stands out for me that's utilized that reverse sweep so effectively on wickets where options are so limited. And they really made it look like a low risk option completely in, that skill set is polished. Eventually, Pakistan captain had to have a fielder out deep point for that shot.
Love a good sweep myself. And Cody Yusuf is being replaced by Luto Sapamla. Yusuf just bowled 3 overs in that spell. And as Pierre de Bruin said, Captain Dom Hendricks trying to keep his fast bowlers nice and fresh. It's a very hot day today. And no doubt he'll want to bring them back towards the end of play today. And he'll want them fast and firing.
I can imagine why you enjoyed the sweep shot, Ken. You didn't have to go far down.
Yes, indeed, Pierre. Yes, indeed. You got me.
He's asking, but there's a bit of bat. I heard 2 noises. Sinekwane is just camping on the crease.
And there you see the polite inquiry to umpire Gaza, and Gaza just signalled with the hands that there was a bit of a scratch there.
A lot going on here at SuperSport Park. Renovations, upgrading of floodlights. They're not up yet, but they're busy with the foundations. That one just a little bit of extra bounce. Castle Corner, that deck has been extended. It's now a much bigger area, which will bring a fantastic atmosphere. The media center, completely renovated. I must say, it's really beautiful setting now.
Well, it was good before. It's outstanding now. Lovely hospitality areas at the back.
Oh, that one. He's in the air. And the bowler says it's mine. I must say that Sinekwane didn't know much about that, but couldn't do much about that delivery that just bounced off a length. It must have hit a crack.
Pretty much unplayable, that, I'd say. We'll watch the replay, but I don't think Senekwane had a hope. Well done, Luto Sapamla. Landing it in the right place and with the energy behind it. And Senekwane's gone for 18. 66 for 3.
Again, a good example of how these line seam bowlers have operated. And I mentioned the word earlier about being relentless in their areas and their discipline. But just have a look at coming, especially their return spells. The energy that Sapamla is running in with here is impressive. And that's why, you put, whatever you put in, you're going to get out. And fortunate for him, must have just hit a crack. There was extra bounce. So Senekwane couldn't do anything about that delivery. But that stands out for me as a bowling unit. They understand their roles. There's 100% clarity. But the way they run in, he's in his 8th over now. Bearing in mind, he's bowled in the first innings as well. To have that energy is very good. Our next Batsman in for the Titans, Luandre Pretorius. The dangerous Luandre Pretorius. His approach will be watched with interest.
I'm excited to see Bjorn Fortuin. No doubt bowl over the wicket. Try and target that rough outside Pretorius's off stump. But Pretorius will have a short leg side boundary. And the wind, I think, is still blowing towards that side. So that'll be a fun contest.
Two slips in a gully for Pretorius. Very good over by Sapamla. 66 for 3.
Yeah, it's there's no doubt that the umpires and the players thought it was the end of the over. Umpire Garza was about to give Luto Sapamla his cap, when I think he looked up at the scoreboard and saw, oh, hold on, there's still 2 balls left.
They got me as well then.
He's got his tail up, Luto Sapamla. He'll be quite happy to bowl another 2 balls, I think.
There's that extra bounce again. It's well played by Pretorius. This time around, it's over up. 66 for 3.
Effectively 48 for 3. The Titans with that deficit. Lions just keep chipping away here. Still got 34 overs left today. Probably won't get all of those. But they've got probably another hour and a half to do damage here.
Now, for me, this is the partnership for the Titans, a crucial partnership between these two to set up some sort of a foundation for them to start controlling this game, because they're currently not in control of this game. Oh, that one also didn't bounce. So this is the partnership, crucial left-hand, right-hand combination partnership. There's a buzz now in the field from the Lions players. There's a buzz because they know that there's a lot of pressure on these two batters, and that pressure also comes with a lot of expectation from these two batters to get going and to build this partnership.
Previous delivery turned quite sharply, but from quite a long way wide of off stump.
That one quicker and straight at the stumps.
Bjorn Fortuin certainly gets more wickets, LBW and bowled. then caught it slip, say, against the right-handers.
He's playing games with Peterson at the moment. It's that quicker one. It's the slower one, a bit wider, turning away from him. That one just too straight. End of the over, 66 for 3.
And 3 maiden overs on the trot. Pressure building.
Come on, boys! Come on, boys! Four down, now, boys!
Sapamla versus Pretorius.
Lovely, Luthor, lovely, Luthor! Lovely boys, lovely boys!
Sapamla just angling the ball across the left-hand batter. With a long boundary, you've got a deep square leg on the boundary, deep fine leg. And you've got a short leg under the helmet. How long will we wait for that short ball? Pretorius just looked over his shoulder to those fielders. I don't think we're going to wait too long. That was a good hard length.
Luto Sapamna dismissed Pretorius in the first innings with one of the best balls of the match. It was a superb delivery, pitched maybe even just outside leg stump from over the wicket, forcing Pretorius to play, jagged across him, got the edge, caught behind. Pretorius was pushing a little bit at the delivery, but he had to play, and it really was a wonderful piece of bowling.
That's very well played. Effortless. Just timing. Just a rock solid position. And Pretorius is off the mark with a boundary.
Well, Pretorius is 6 months older than he was when he played in the 4-day series final last season. Batted with unbelievable maturity in that final to rescue the game for the Titans and give them a share of the trophy.
He's got to dive. Oh, that would have been out. That would have been out. Mitchell van Buren.
What a chance that was. I think Pretorius would have been well short, and Van Buren ended up quite close to the stumps, and he's a very good fielder. I think he'll be very disappointed he didn't hit. Not sure what Luandre Pretorius was thinking there.
Probably thought he timed it better than he had. Didn't anticipate that Van Buren will get there that quickly. Just sliding down the leg side.
And I was just praising Luandre Pretorius' maturity and good judgment, composure, all those things. But he is a key man for the Titans, no doubt about it.
There's the short one. And very well played. Just in front of square. It's as if Luandre Pretorius knew that short delivery was going to come. Just a class act.
Yeah, for a young man, his reading of the game is so excellent. His ability to discern the situation and to kind of work out what the opposition are up to. Game awareness is really good by Luandre Pretorius. So that's the end of the over, and we're going to have a commentary change with Pila Sikaba joining Pierre de Bruin.
It's a good late cut. A bit of width using the pace of Bjorn Fortuin. Perfect placement. Two boundaries in a row for the Titans. One of the previous over, last ball of the previous over. Now the first ball of this Fortuin over. I would like to see Pretorius versus Fortuin. It's going to be an interesting battle. Shorter side on the leg side for Pretorius.
Yeah, that'll be a fantastic battle. I don't think the youngster will let the experienced bowler settle. He'd really be looking to get after him. It's a nice battle this now. It's seesaw at the moment.
End of the over, 80 for 3.
Every time that the momentum multiplied Titans have gotten a bit of an advantage, that the Lions have come back and gotten a wicket just to stem the run flow. And now those boundaries, those three of them, sort of settle things nicely again for the momentum multiplied Titans. Dangerous partnership this, because Luandre Pretorius, we know he can go very quickly. Peterson will be the one that they want to bat around. He's got the ability to bat time. Will allow the other batters on the other end to be a little bit more aggressive. Pretorius has quickly gotten into his work. 9 from 8. He's taken in on the short ball, which is so important. I think it's been the plan from the Lions. Hit hard, back of a length. Just short, right about there. But this youngster, he's not going to let them settle into that zone for too long. He's already taken on the short ball, pulled it in front of square for 4. So he's in the battle. He's going to be the one that takes the fight to the Lions bowlers.
I totally agree with you. And you mentioned the dangerous partnership, but also a very important partnership for the Titans. That's an excellent shot. He just punched that straight down the ground. Not much wrong with that delivery.
Yeah, the field placing margin for error can't be a little bit too full on that occasion. Even that wasn't half volley length, but because he hits on the up, it's an easy sort of shot to execute for Luandri Pretorius to hit it down the ground on the up. Mid on, mid off are very wide, so any piece of bat that's going to run all across this beautifully manicured outfield here at SuperSport Park for 4. Just asking Mitchell van Buren to go a little bit straighter at mid off.
That's very well played. He's getting used to the pace of this wicket now. He's just getting used to, getting into a nice rhythm as well. Got so much time, this young Pretorius. His concentration will be tested. I mean, he's had the gloves for quite a while in that innings of the Lions. Now he's got to go bat. Oh, that's bread and butter. That's bread and butter for Pretorius. This time well in front of square.
I often look at key signs and symbols and body language of batters to pick up cues, and he looks really dialed in here, Luandri Pretorius. Those bat twirls, those bat swings, he's hopping around, he's trying to get himself into the groove of things, and he's come out and he's blazed 17 from 12. He looks so focused and in the zone. Yes, you mentioned the fact that he would have kept for plus 100 overs, but he looks really determined here to make a positive contribution.
Immediately short leg now at a deep mid-wicket position. And there, like he just said, he called easy one. That's exactly what he wanted. He has moved the field with his approach and the 2 pull shots that he's played.
Just a beautiful way of transferring the pressure back onto the opposition from Luandri Pretorius. He knows that the line is going to be back of the length, just short. And he's taken it on. Forced the fielding change from Dominic Hendricks and the Lions.
Good over for the Titans, 9 runs. With the 2 boundaries for Pretorius, and players going to enjoy a well-deserved drink. Deep mid-wicket, deep square. Probably have deep long on the boundary. Deep point, also on the boundary.
Okay, Leandro, left arm over.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Dom Hendricks and the Lions alert to the danger that Luandre Pretorius possesses. It's an in-out field. Usually after taking a wicket, you'd want to squeeze a little bit more, trying to get another one, but they know how dangerous this young player is.
First time now that he's faced Fortuin, so he would probably give himself a little bit of time just to see what's on the ball, how the surface is playing, especially the rough there outside the off stump foot marks. Fortuin, he's going to look to just get the ball into the rough there.
And certainly that rough might not translate to major spin, but it will play on the mind of the left-handed batter. One might just scoot through and not bounce as much as Pretorius would have expected. White might stay on with the arm and bring that slip in place. So all sorts of possibilities with that rough outside the off stump of the left-hander. So not necessarily for the spin, the big raging spin into the bat of Luandre Pretorius. So many other possibilities that could come out of that rough.
Well played. It's just too short. As a spinner, you don't want every ball to turn. Otherwise, it becomes too predictable. With this left-hand, right-hand combination, it's making it quite tough for the fielders to get into their positions. Easy single. End of the over. 91 for 3.
He's got those double covers for the right-handed Keegan Peterson, does Bjorn Fortuin. Every now and again he tends to play ahead of his front pad. It sort of allows the ball to go up in the air without any control from Keegan Peterson. So it's a good ploy. One maybe just stops on him when he plays a little bit earlier than he would want to. So different game plans being instituted by the Lions to try and make yet another breakthrough before stumps on day 3.
The bowling change. The captain continuing to rotate the seamers from the Henox River end. This time around it's Splikey. Yeah, that's a loosener. Just use the pace and good timing through mid-wicket.
Yeah, leg stump half volley. All he has to do is keep his balance, Keegan Peterson, and just whip it onto the onside, vacant area on that onside. Runs away to the boundary. With a lot of energy in his first spell. Needs to replicate it late on day 3 here. Another burst of energy, a second sort of wind in his sails, see Ablaki.
Short day's glove, yes! You've asked for energy, you got that energy. And it brought a wicket, and a massive wicket and breakthrough for the Lions.
Excellent again. The bowling change, spot on. He asked him to bang it in. And it's a ploy that they've used completely almost the whole day here, the Lions, in pursuit of a wicket. It's a huge one. It's Keegan Peterson. Leg stump body line again. All he does is manage
His glove, yes!
the glove back to Connor Estays and the wicket keeper. An easy decision for Spelele Gasa. Is bowled with real determination, this youngster.
Short day's glove,
And
yes!
he's getting the rewards. Might not be the prettiest, but A first-class wicket you work hard for. Sort of win. He's got a prized one, a prized scalp of Keegan Peterson.
That's a big one.
Glove, yes!
It's a big mistake. And a big moment in this game. Titans, they find themselves 4 down with a lot of overs left in the day. And technically, they are 77 for 4. Munsami, the next batter, also likes to play his strokes. And I'm sure that he will be tested with a short ball. Same ploy, same plan. That just got the wicket of Peterson.
I think that wicket is also a result of having institutional knowledge of players. You play long enough against people, you tend to understand what their weaknesses are, their strengths are. Compulsive puller, Keegan Peterson, he pulls on the whim. Same as Rivaldo Munsen, he likes the leg side.
It's a very good delivery. Very good delivery, attacking the stumps. Trying to get Munsami's pads in play. He's off the mark, first ball.
So the Lions would have known what kind of plan and how to stick to it. The Keegan Peterson, and especially this late in the day, ask him to play a stroke that he loves playing, but often gets him into trouble. But get it right. Just armpit level. That's where Sia Plaatje was aiming. Make it awkward. Make him swat it away. And all he could manage was a glove behind to Connor Esterhuizen. Had to move nicely, Connor Esterhuizen. And here to Pretorius, they know that he's good behind square on the offside. So that short gully, Plaatje just wants to slant one across him. So in the first innings, Luto Sipamla picked him up in the same fashion. Got one to slant across the left-hander who was playing for the angle. And only manages an edge. So something to be wary about, even though he switched on here, Luandri Pretorius.
Just helped it along. A little bit too straight.
Even to Munsami, that ploy of body line just under the armpit works perfectly because he also enjoys hooking and pulling, compulsive puller. So if you can get the line right, short leg is in place, leg slip is in place, short gully also thrives off width outside the off stump.
End of a successful over for Sia Plaatje. Titans 97 for 4.
Yeah, brilliant again from Plaatje. He's learning with every delivery, with every over that he's bowled. First appearance in Lions colours in first class cricket this season. That's a prize scalp. That it's a huge wicket. Just got it to go around about shoulder height, armpit length. Swatting it away. Only manages a feather.
Good fielding. Just punch down the ground. Pretorius, with that wicket that just fell, Pretorius, his approach might just change a little bit. Although his innings so far, he's played good cricket shots. He hasn't taken any risks.
I think he's been nice and fluent, hasn't he? Beyond 14. Just asking Luandri Pretorius to get back inside his crease a little bit quicker. Wants to get in as many overs as possible here, the Lions. Put pressure. Get 2 more wickets here. And be thoroughly on top going into the final day.
I'm just asking Brad White, the umpire, was that straight enough? And Brad White just shook his head and said yes. Very good fielding again.
Over up.
98 for 4.
He spoke about the approach now from Luandri Pretorius. I don't think he should be looking to change anything. Often, when you've got a good start like this in terms of fluidity into your batting lineup, into your batting innings rather, you want to continue that. You want to still go in the same tempo that you came out with. Yes, you've lost a wicket of a settled batter at the other end. He needs to trust Rivaldo Munsami can figure out how to start his own innings without him having to shift down a gear.
It's been a good innings, 21 of 23. He hasn't taken any risks. Just repairing the footholds.
Yeah, just making sure that those landing footholds are firm and not loose.
The short ball is not really going to bother Pretoria, is what I see at the moment. It's just got so much time just helping it along.
Nice breeze now late on in the afternoon. Give Blakey a little bit more energy. It's cooler.
He's loose. He's loose, especially after that wicket. He's not happy with the footholds. Just when those footholds are getting deeper and deeper, sometimes you want to use the crease, but then you get your foot on the edge. And you can see that he's, with the body language, he's not comfortable. Umpire just asking for the groundsman to come back with that hammer, just to knock down the edges.
What happens is because there's so much foot traffic on them, it goes lower and lower. And sometimes you just have to fill them up or just level it out. You don't want to step on the edge of sort of that landing position that so many other boulders have landed in. So the ground stuff, just making sure that they level it out. It doesn't become too much of a ditch, so that there's no stability on the landing area. Did show a bit of a grimace, Siaplaiki, after he delivered that ball to Rivaldo Munsami. So working hard to make sure that they replace those footholds to a normal sort of setting. Hopefully that's sorted now.
That's a bit of luck that you need. Just didn't get his feet going there. Was Munsami. Nearly an inside edge onto his stumps.
From Blake, he's anticipating the short deliveries. Rivaldo Munsami didn't come, pitched it up. He's trying to get those feet moving.
Right on! Hey, Dom, what's that?
A bit of chirping going on there. A couple of words.
Don't get involved. You don't get involved. Don't get involved, bro.
A bit of niggle. A bit of niggle between...
Yeah, lots of words flying around. Apologies if you hearing a few expletives going around. Tense situation. This knows Munsami can't give away his wicket late on.
That's going to be a wide ball. Just got to stay composed now, is Munsami. Especially after having a couple of words. Just got to stay calm. You can easily get distracted, get out of your plans. Trying to prove a point, you know, that ego, I'm going to hit you now and then lose a wicket. It's got to stay very composed and calm. That's actually very well played. Like he looks like now he's more uncomfortable with the footholds.
Yeah, massive point you made there, Pierre. Can't allow the fielders to get under your skin. Doesn't want to lose concentration so late on in the day. He's had a few exchanges with Dominic Hendricks, the captain. He's felt that he needed to step in because of the words.
Very interesting leg side field now. Fine leg, very short. They're going to scamper through for a single. I just feel that as a batter, there's a time and a place where you can get involved with a conversation, but you only have one chance. And you've got to focus on what you are doing. The only way to battle that out is to stay there and get the runs on the board.
It was the youngster also, Richard Seletswane, who got under him a little bit there. Rivaldo Munsemi. It's so important. And fielders are going to say something because, obviously they want to unsettle you. They want to get underneath your skin. So important to have a solid mindset. A solid enough mindset to say, as much as they're going to say whatever they're going to say, for me it's important to not show that I've given in to that tactic of theirs. And then importantly, don't lose your wicket. It sort of justifies some of the words that have been said. These guys are not going to back down. It's a Lions side that is street smart. It knows how to win games verbally and also with skill, with bat and ball. So you got to be really careful how you want to play this. If you're Rivaldo Munsemi, you are the ones that are a little bit under pressure here, and at effectively 88 for 4.
Which can easily become 110 for 6. And that's why, hence I'm saying, is that you've got to just stay composed and not get involved with any verbal on the field. You've got one job to do, and that is to steer Titans into a position where they can start controlling the game, because we get a feeling when they, just with one or two small partnerships, okay, they can now take control of this game, and then they lose a wicket. For me, there are much more important things now to focus on than to get into a verbal spat. $106 for 4.
Stay in your bubble.
Fight this Annie, boys. Fight this Annie, man.
One of the best to do it for South Africa, Hashim Amla, always speaks about you having just one opportunity to score runs, and you need to make use of it. Forget everything else that's happening around you and focus on the next delivery. There'll be chirps, of course. Focus on what you can control, which is the bowler sending down yet another delivery at you.
Peak hour for the Gautrain. Leg slip is now in position again.
Around about the time also in their first innings late on day one, where they lost a couple of wickets, the Titans, and sort of gave control to the Lions. We'll be wary of that, trying to not have happen again in the second innings. That's why Rivaldo Munsami becomes so important. He needs to keep his head here amongst the chatter.
That's noisy out there. They want to distract him. Obviously.
Tell you what, it's good practice though. He's gonna go on an A tour to India. The volume's gonna be 3 times louder than it is now.
With that, he's also not getting anything in his half. Just got to absorb. And they just got to get through this. Oh, that's hit him hard. That's hit him very hard. I hope he's okay. The bowler, well done for asking, are you okay? As well as the other Lions players. Yeah, there we go. I like that. You know, they play the game hard, but immediately the Lions players went up to him and asked him if he's okay. Very good executed bouncer.
Yeah, that's fierce. That is flush. That's flush. That's side of the helmet. I think he did wrong there, Rivaldo Munsami, is turn his head away. Turned his head away completely and hit him on the side of the helmet. It's glanced off. Good to see that he's okay. He's responding. He went down and then got up pretty quickly. It's good fire from Siaplaiki. Fight is on here. 106 for 4 effectively. 88 for 4. The lead, 88. Match summary. It's finally in the balance here. This last session also important. This final hour of day 3. So important for either side. Lions with a sniff. Wickets of Senokwane and Keegan Peterson have just opened the door for them for a possible victory late on day 4. Titans have to bat themselves out of a situation here. .23 from 31, Luandri Pretorius. Keegan Peterson batted beautifully until he gloved one down the leg side to Connor Estes and the wicket keeper. Siaplaiki, pick of the bowlers, without a doubt. He's bowled with a lot of gas, a lot of heart and determination. 2 for 34, rewarded. Sipamla with that rip snort of a delivery to get Lesego Senokwane. Gloved it, ballooned up. And as a pack pair, these bowlers have really hunted.
They have. They have with good execution, energy and plans. The concussion test should be concluded. I just want to make 100% sure that that he's okay to continue. Sometimes with a blow like that, you know, it only sets in like 2 or 3 minutes later, where you might feel a bit dizzy or drowsy.
Glanced off the helmet. They probably want to get a new one for Rivaldo Munsemi, one that fits. Maybe that one just has a string or two, or the inner parts of the helmet broken. But he's up, he's responsive, he's having a chat with the physio.
I think that, yes, they were waiting for a new helmet, which means that he's been cleared to continue.
I think this pause and play. It's a good time to actually ask you about a new cricket facility at Namibia Cricket. That looks really beautiful. I know you were involved for a number of years in Namibian cricket. A historic moment for them to be able to have a new ground inaugurated with a T20 match against South Africa. Can you describe and try and get into how people might have felt at Namibia Cricket in terms of how big of a milestone that was for them?
Just that facility is an enormous milestone for Namibia. I think, if I remember correctly, about 4 years ago, those discussions started. You know, trying to secure land to start off with was a challenge on its own, but with a very dynamic board. You know, people that are when they see something, they chase it. And they haven't given up, because there were a lot of challenges along the way with City Windhoek getting things approved, the land, etc., etc. And looking back at that whole journey in putting that in place, and that day when they started with the foundation work there, with the building and your first game there, the first international game was actually against Canada. There we played 3 T20 internationals, and you just see things unfolding, the gym being finished, the indoors being finished, everything just step by step. And I think that it was a defining moment in Namibian sport. What happened, you know, this past weekend. And the cherry on the cake was, you know, getting that win with 4,000 Namibian passionate supporters experiencing that. It's just grown the brand of the Eagles massively again. It's the 4th win against a full member. Ireland, Zimbabwe, for me the big one was Sri Lanka in the 2022 World Cup opening game. And now South Africa. So everything fell in place perfectly, to say the least. Impressive facility. That's short and wide. Straight on it, Munsemi, after a long break.
Brave cricket, really good. Stood up tall, recognized the line, was not threatening for him, so he can throw the hands at it. It's been amazing having Pierre de Bruin Really enjoyed his insights. Continuing with spin. And for 24 in his 11. Beyond 14 is bowled nicely. Bowled with a lot of control. 110 for 4. In their second innings, momentum multiplied Titans with a lead of 92. He's been content in just doing that. Luandri Pretorius he hasn't shown any real sign of going after beyond 14. Maybe late on in day 3. Wants to go to stumps unscathed. He hasn't been aggressive at all. We might have thought that he might have taken on the left arm spin of beyond 14, but he hasn't. He's played well within himself when the spin has been on. Ken Borland is alongside. Finally poised this game, especially late on day 3. A wicket here could really throw the cat amongst the pigeons.
Well, we said to have them 5 down would complete a wonderful day for the Lions, but Leandro Pretorius is batting really well. You've mentioned that he hasn't really been aggressive, and yet he just naturally scores quickly, doesn't he? 23 of 35 balls. He just naturally kind of moves the game forward.
Maybe that is the first sign of aggression for him. Tossed up wide outside the off stump. And he just throws the hands at it, Luandri Pretorius. Gaping hole on the offside means that it always goes to the boundary for 4. Good batting. Good over. For the momentum multiply of Titans, 5 from it. 115 for 4 after 39.
I don't think Bjorn Fortuyn was too happy with the over though. After that last delivery, kicked the ground quite vehemently. He's such a perfectionist, Bjorn Fortuyn. Such a competitor. And I think it was probably that boundary ball, the previous one, that has upset him.
Blakey to continue. Still persisting with that short gully. Leg side field predominantly. Halfway to the boundary. Square leg, mid wicket. That's good. That is so good. Rode the bounce on top of it nicely, Luandri Pretorius, to get control over it. That short gully was in business for a little bit, but because he controlled it so nicely, that shot, it went wide of him, it went down, more importantly, and gets 4.
You see, maybe also a bit too close. It came very quickly. And he's a lot closer into the bat in comparison to the wicketkeeper, and slips. The reflex is like a cat. Pull that one off. Josh Richards, a very good gully fielder there.
king, no run.
At the end of a long hot day, the different accents start coming out on the field. Players enjoying themselves, trying to get through the day.
Quality. Excellent. Stood up tall once again. Covers are vacant. All he needs to do is get a good, healthy piece of bat onto that and help it on its way to the boundary for 4. Second boundary of this Siaplaiki over.
Well, the kid's got time. Leandro Pretorius played well in front of square. Like he has been giving other batsmen the hurry up today. But Pretorius just so comfortably hitting that away for 4.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem rushed at all. Rushed Moon Sammy, previous over, but Pretorius is just got an extra second or two. That's so confident, so cool, so calm about his stroke play. Nothing feels rushed, but everything seems all in alignment. Whatever he does, this youngster, he does it with a lot of power and precision. Just prodigiously talented. Dialed in here. He's got himself another start here, Ken Borland. 36 from 41.
He's had a good season so far, Leandro Pretorius. 3 half centuries in 4 innings, but I reckon he's a bit disappointed. He hasn't got 100 yet. He'll be saying to himself, 50s are no good. I'm a 100s man. And I'm sure that's what he wants to do here, desperately. And the Titans could do with 100, definitely.
How easy that is. Just stands up tall, punches it back up the ground. Not a dot to finish the Siaplaiki over. 1, 2, 3 for 4.
He's just a youngster, Leandro Pretorius, but he's got this enormous presence at the crease. Reminds me a bit of another well-built left-hand opener back in the day, who also sprung to fame at a young age. Probably our greatest ever Test captain, Graham Smith. Also had just that sort of presence at the crease. Quite intimidating for the fielding side.
Yeah, it's just commands a lot of attention whenever he's got bat in hand and standing out at the crease and batting. There's a lovely shot at the end of that Siaplaiki over. Lutu Supamla giving him a warm embrace, appreciating his efforts. He's run in and steamed in here this afternoon. It's been a hot day. A fellow fast bowler just appreciating another fellow fast bowler. Recognizing that he's done a job for his side. Siaplaiki. It's been impressive, really, especially in the second innings again now. He's been asked to be the aggressor. He's the one that has wheels amongst the 3 seamers.
Great to see. It is, of course, Siaplaiki's debut for the Lions. So he would have been feeling a bit nervous, brought up from the coast to the big smoke, playing his first game for the team who won or shared the trophy for the last 2 seasons. And he has. He's been excellent today, no doubt.
Yeah, it's a big lifestyle change for him. Coming from the Western Cape and then coming down to the Eastern Cape, Gqeberha. And yes, the big smoke of Johannesburg. Big city lights. It can be blinding, but not for Siya Plaatje. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 after 41.
Well, I think if he's under the wing of Luto Sapamla, a fine man and a fine bowler, not much can go wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4. The lead is 105. So can Pretorius and Moonsamy finish the job and back through the last 40 minutes unscathed to get the stumps? That'll give the Titans a bit of a happier ending to a day that's been really difficult for them.
Okay, last few minutes of day 3. It's going to continue here. It's an elongated spell for Siya Plaatje. Dom just making sure that he gets it right here. It's crucial. Maybe a wicket of Luandri Pretorius late on day 3.
Oh no.
It's about the third time in the last couple of hours that heard Luandri Pretorius expressed dissatisfaction with his off drives. Finding the fielder or not quite hitting them as pure as we know he can.
Come on, Blake. Oh, lovely, Sia. Lovely, Sia.
A lot of verbals a couple of minutes ago between these two sides. Things have just settled down a little bit. Waldo Moonsamy copying a blow on the helmet from Siya Plaatje. So it's been good competitive cricket all throughout this game, all throughout the 3 days.
It always is hotly contested, the Yuxke derby. But teams speak about how this fixture brings out the best in them. What a bouncer that was by Siya Plaatje, though. Goodness me, that was had some serious heat on it. Happily, Rivaldo Moonsamy is okay.
Come on, Blanco. Yeah, Buffalo.
Slept down to deep point for the single. Yeah, big rivalry this. You might argue that it's the Lions that have edged it in recent years.
I think the Titans would have taken some confidence from the way they fought in that final, though. Their backs were really against the wall. But they managed to secure a draw. And hopefully gave them a bit of belief that you don't want them thinking the Lions are their big brothers.
Yeah, they did. So many sparkling performances individually from some of the Titans players to get them out of a very, very precarious situation on first innings. 100 for Luandri Pretorius. Bowled him straight back onto his stumps. That is the wicket that they wanted. The DP World Lions, it's Luandri Pretorius late on day 3. 125 for 5 and effectively 107 for 5 now. He throws his head back in disappointment. He's worked so hard to get himself to 37. The extra bounce from Sia Plaiki couldn't control it on this occasion, and it cannons back onto his stumps.
Pure effort from Sia Plaki. Hats off to the young man. Fantastic length that. And it really took off quite sharply from the pitch. The line was brilliant as well. Just on and about that off stump. And I suppose if you want to be hypercritical, you'd say that Pretorius should have left it, but it's difficult to leave to that line. Wonderful bit of bowling and a massive strike for the DP World Lions here late on the 3rd day. They're halfway through the Titans' second innings, 5 down. That's what they would have wanted. That would have been their target for the end of play today. And this really has turned into a fabulous day for the Lions team. So work to be done though, because the imposing frame of Donovan Ferreira comes to the wicket now, the Titans captain, and a very dangerous batsman if he gets in as well.
Serious effort this from Sia Plaiki. Unbelievable heart to keep the speed up after a hot day and keep steaming in. Excellent. And all the teammates quickly to get around him, to congratulate him. They know how important that wicket is. How much effort he's put into it. How much heart, how much determination. He's got 3. And 3 very big wickets, Sia Plaiki. That is a little bit tired, that from Munsami. That was really lazy from Munsami. It's a slow looping turner. And he's almost chopped it back onto his stumps also.
You can hear a few bits of advice coming from the Lions fielders. Mooney this, Mooney that. I think Rivaldo's the sort of character who won't bother him. Up here, I think he might quite enjoy it actually.
Okay, towards you. Keep going. That's it.
This is a contest now. Donovan Ferreira. The spin of Bjorn Fortuin. How much of his natural attacking game will he show? Donovan Ferreira late on day 3 just lost the wicket of Luandri Pretorius. Big name player, captain of the side. There'll be pressure on him. Very tight over from Bjorn Fortuin. 126 for 5.
Very important job. Bjorn Fortuin has performed 14 overs, none for 30, looking after the West
And again, Blaze, and again, boy.
line from Hendricks to rotate his pace bowlers at the other end, and how well all three of those pace bowlers have done. But see it like at the start today, 3 wickets. And 2 wickets in the first innings. 5 wickets in the match so far on debut. I think that's a highly successful first game for the DP World Lions in anyone's books.
I think also just the manner and how he's gone about it, Ken, is what is notable about this performance from Siaplaiki. Yes, he's got the 5 wickets in the match, but how has he gotten them? He's been aggressive. He's stuck to his individual role of being the aggressor in this Lions bowling attack. He's worked out plans together with Dominic Hendricks to be able to be successful with his pace here at SuperSport Park. You don't want to miss that. You do not want to miss that if you're Rivaldo Munsami.
Pushing it back in the crease. Must feel like he's under siege a bit. Rivaldo Munsami. Bit of a lonely place out in the middle there, I reckon, at the moment for the 2 Titans batsmen. Marauding lions, and very vocal too.
He's got him. That's the one. We did say you don't want to miss that if you're Rivaldo Munsami. It's skid on. And it's hit him in front. Pelele Gasa with no doubt. That is in front of his stumps. The Lions, as you rightly mentioned, Ken Borland, are marauding here at SuperSport Park. It's the 6th wicket down for the Momentum Multiply Titans.
Definitely straight enough. Height may be a question. Munsami, I think the back leg was bent a bit, but he got hit above the roll, which is why it hurt so much. He's not just being given out, he's also suffered a really painful blow. Yeah, you can understand the umpire giving that out. Definitely straight enough. Hit on the back leg, and the back leg was a bit bent. Oh, yeah, big wickets in successive overs.
Come on.
4 for 48. What a performance from this youngster. They are cock-a-hoop. Oh, the DP World Lions. Dayan Khalim is in. 2 wickets in the space of just a couple of deliveries. He was back, playing back to a delivery that just skid on from Siaplaki was Rivaldo Munsami.
Yeah, well, the pace and the heat and the fire that Siaplaki has been bringing, it just pushed Munsami back. It was impossible, really, for him to get forward to get a confident stride in against Blakey. So, really, credit to the bowler there. Fantastic bowling. 2 batsmen on naught at the crease with 27 minutes to go.
Chasing his second first-class fifer. Siaplaki. His first was against Western Province in the 2022-2023 season for the Warriors. That's good heat. That is serious heat. Late on day 3. It's been a hot day. He's still steaming in. Sia Plaiki. Unreal performance this.
One just has to admire the DP World Lions for the way they flicked the switch today. They definitely didn't have the better of the second day. The Titans were in charge. No doubt about it. And just some magic from Delana Potgieter with that 99. Great support from the lower order, Fontaine, Cody Yusuf, Luto Sapamna. But the bowling, when they've come out this afternoon, has just been exceptional.
Got him! He's caught in the gully. Dayan Khalim is gone. Look at the celebrations from the DP World Lions. They know they're ahead, way ahead of this game now. A triple strike late on day 3. A second first-class fifer for Sia Plaiki. And it's a huge one against the big team. And they're all happy for him. Joshua Richards with the catch in the gully. And it's gone from 124 for 3 to 127 for 7.
Well, the big brothers are back, I'm afraid, for the Titans. Dayan Khalim out first ball. Just playing away from the body a bit. But Sia Plaiki, what a dream debut. Not that much away from the body, to be fair. Dayan Khalim, maybe first ball you want to be leaving that one. But Sia Plaiki, 3 wickets and 2 overs now at the end of the 3rd day. And the Titans are effectively 109 for 7. And the Lions have just totally seized control of this match.
Incredible bowling. Second first-class fifer for Sia Plaiki, rather.
Remember when we were batting, huh?
Wonderful scenes that. They're a tight-knit unit, this. I love spending time together, the DP World Lions players. And it's just shown how happy they are for the youngster. He's got 3 in the space of 2 overs. Sia Plaiki, Pretorius, Moonsamy, and then Dayan Khalim. What a catch that is late. Would have been a little bit blinded by the shadows. Joshua Richards, but he's a fine fielder. Reinforcing the slip cording now. They're going for the kill. The Lions, they've got more than a sniff. Tsepondwando's out.
I dare say that a lot of people were clapping for him in the Lions tantrum after his heroics this morning, being run out for 99. But it won't lessen the magnitude of his effort and his achievement. This morning, probably just snaking down the leg side.
So much energy. He had troubles with the foot marks. He's gone through that.
I love it. Is Delana Potgieter being taught a bit of the Sikota to use to encourage Sia Plaiki?
Where has that come off now? It's off the helmet also. It's quick. It's fiery.
Talk about being on the hop. Seppo and Ndwandwe. I think both feet were off the ground when he headed that away. Like a footballer at a corner.
He doesn't have a lot of cushioning also underneath that helmet, Seppo Ndwandwe.
You want to talk, Philip? So am I.
Was that glove first also, though? I think that's the question that they're very interested in finding out. Going through helmets. Siaplaki is going through Titans helmets. Here, it's the second helmet change. Munsemi. Now Seppo Ndwandwe.
Sia could probably expect a bill in the mail from Karen Sniddies, Titans manager. His helmet costs. He does look an inspired signing, doesn't he? I think there were a lot of people were a bit surprised when Lions decided to replace Chepo Mareki with him. Well, he has paid back that faith today quite brilliantly. Looks a very exciting addition to the attack.
He is. I mean, there would have been a few question marks about the signings. I mean, obviously, he's come from the Warriors where he also struggled for game time. You're coming to a bigger franchise where you have Sapamla, you have Cody Youssef. You might even throw in Evan Jones to sort of get past. They've also signed a guy like Baye Swanepoel, who now is a seasoned first-class cricketer. So the signing might have been a little bit of a gamble for him, but he's worked hard. He's deserved his opportunity in this game. And I think these conditions were the ones that might have suited him best. Siaplaki.
What a moment that was. Not that long ago, that started the rout. Pretorius playing on Moonsamy, trapped LBW and struck painfully. And then Diane Khalim edging straight to gully. Rampant, Siaplaki. And now he's hammered Seppo and Ndwandwe on the helmet as well. Second helmet he's struck in this phenomenal spell. Just waiting for a replacement to come out. I'm not surprised the Titans are not finding a replacement helmet. I think they want stumps to come as quickly as it can.
They've been stunned here. The Momentum Multiplied Titans, literally and figuratively. Absolutely rocked by some of the finest fast bowling you'll see in South African first-class cricket. Just pure gas. I spoke earlier on, if you have that, everything else will follow. You'll still learn and grow. But if you have the raw ingredient of pace, it's a big box ticked.
And no respite for the Titans. No more spin at one end. Cody Youssef is coming back on. He's also bowled really well in this innings with a lot of pace as well. Today that started so promisingly for the Titans with a wicket third ball. But since then, the blows have just rained down on them. I mean, it's just been blow after blow. And, they look a bit punch-drunk, to be fair. The Multiply Titans.
Again, I think it goes back to those discussions we were having earlier on day one's day two. They haven't played horrible cricket, but There have been sessions where they've just given the advantage back to the opposition.
Key moments, that's what makes the difference. And if you lose too many key moments, then you can end up losing a game by a wide margin. Just think back to straight after that wicket was taken early this morning, the second new ball was taken, and there's no doubt that the Lions have got a lot more out of their new ball in this innings. They're still getting a lot out of it, and it's the 45th over. They're getting more out of it than the Titans did with the second new ball this morning.
Guided away. Backward of square on the offside for a much needed boundary for the momentum multiplied Titans. Donovan Ferreira off the mark.
The Titans are really in the eye of the storm at the moment. But important that they don't drop their heads and give up here, because they're 113 ahead. The Lions have shown this afternoon that there's still plenty in this pitch. If they can somehow get that lead up to 180, 200, and Donovan Ferreira is capable of that if someone sticks around with him. And yeah, well, chasing 180 on the final afternoon.
That's one for the over.
That could become a little bit of a tricky chase for the Lions. So the Titans are not out of it.
Absolutely. They're not entirely out of it. You're right. Something close to 200, 220 might make it a little bit difficult for the Lions batting last on the surface. Second first class fifer. Sia Blakey, what a performance. Shadows lengthening at SuperSport Park. So very important for Donovan Ferreira not to lose his wicket too now at the end of this day's play. Come back tomorrow morning. Add a quick fire 50, 60 runs. Give yourself 2 sessions and a half. Really try and put the pressure on the Lions. But they're going to have to work hard. In the air, briefly. But there's a vacant gap in the covers. And Ferreira finds it. And it runs away to the boundary for 4 to conclude the Cody Yusuf over. It's 135 for 7.
If the Titans can somehow extend this lead, say, to 180, that's another 60-odd runs away. And say they do make it to lunch tomorrow, there'll be a little bit of pressure on the Lions to score quickly to get 180 in 2 sessions. Very doable, of course, but you can't dawdle along too much, which could also provide an opportunity for the Titans. Almost certain that the Lions will try and chase whatever they need to get for the win.
Oh, absolutely. Especially now. Now that they've snuck their noses in front. Look at that 4th innings and say we can really chase whatever is put before us. Good from Dwandwa. Get yourself off strike. Let Donovan Ferreira handle most of what is left of today. You might want to find that maybe it's Ndwandwa that is tasked with making sure that he sees out the rest of the day and far more of the strike. Has to protect Donovan Ferreira. He can't afford to lose his wicket now. And two lower order batters walk out in the middle tomorrow morning. And suddenly, all hopes of getting to that 200 mark might disappear with Donovan Ferreira. He's declining singles, though. He wants to be the one that sees out the day.
The good news for the Titans, if Donovan Ferreira does stay in, is that Teppo and Duatma showed in the first innings that he can hang around. He faced 63 balls, batted for an hour and 40 minutes in the first innings. And Lazard Williams, of course, scored 44 in the first innings. So there's still a glimmer of hope for the Titans here.
Oh!
Come back easily for the second.
Big two balls, yes, yeah. Come on tonight, yeah, fellas, come on! Come.
That could potentially be quite distracting if the cow train comes across at the wrong time as the ball is delivered, because the reflection of the cow train coming between the chalets on the pitch, you see shadow, light, and the shadow of the cow train moving through it as well.
Yeah, we saw last night, Donovan Ferreira and Tsepo Ndwando were the ones that could only bowl the spinners. Fading light. Don't think the light today is an issue. A few clouds around last night at the end of the second day's play. Haven't seen the light meter being pulled out by Spelele Gasa and Brad White, the two standing umpires. So very much safe for the fast men to still be in operation.
Don't put Brad under more pressure. He's already under pressure.
Yeah, big result this. It'll be so demoralizing if the Titans end up on the losing end. There'll be none from 3 at the beginning of the season, with all sorts of work to do for the rest of the season.
Yeah, the frustrating thing is that they actually played good cricket for the first 2 days, got themselves into a strong position, and really just let it slip today.
Yeah.
He's almost chopped that on, Donovan Ferreira. End of yet another fiery Sia Plaiki over. 140 for 7.
It's your choice. It's a risky take, but if I was you,
I think they might be tempted now to take a light reading.
Well, you heard Brad White say there to Dom Hendricks, it's your choice if you want to take a risk. But if I were you, and then he got out of range of the stuff like but it's going to be Bjorn Forte, and it's going to be spin from the West Lane end.
get Dominic, change a bowler. It's coming left on ground.
Totally.
Donovan. Oh no, good. Oh no, I get it.
Wait for Tsepo and Ndwandwe to get dressed.
A late thought for a 2 there. Oodles of space. Hard for Seletswane to get off that boundary quick enough to prevent the second run. So, good timing from Donovan Ferreira. He's no stranger to the situation. I remember a couple of seasons ago down in Gqeberha against the Warriors. Slammed a better than a runnable 100 there to swing the tide in the Titans' favor to eventually win that game. So he's got the capabilities, definitely. Need somebody to hang around with him, and you rightly mentioned Ken Ndwandwe can do that. Oh, that's stay down. That is stay down, and it's crashed into the stumps. It's Donovan Ferreira who loses his wicket. It's the one wicket that they didn't want to lose. And you can firmly say now, Ken Borland, it's the DP World Lions who are in the driving seat in this contest.
And Bjorn Fortuin channeling his inner Imran Tahir with his celebration run. See how he sets off here at Kip very low. And yeah, catch me if you can, says Bjorn Fortuin. Absolutely delighted. Wow, poor old Donovan Ferreira. That's unfortunate, but that's kind of happens in the back end of 4-day games. That'll give the Titans a little bit of hope if they could just 50 more runs. 50 more runs, and you think, yeah, they've got a chance.
Oh my goodness. Dreadfully unlucky. It literally rolled onto the base of the stumps. Ferreira, all he could do was just laugh, because he knew he could not do anything about that crashing into his stumps. What a session this has been for the DP World Lions. They have firmly put themselves in the driving seat now. 142 for 8. And effectively it's 124 for 8. With the full day's play left on day 4 rather tomorrow. They've been behind for majority of this game, the DP World Lions. But it's a team of street smart cricketers that know how to win first class games, how to claw themselves out of a perilous situation and turn it into a positive one. They've done it here at SuperSport Park. Up in the air. Oh my goodness. Simple for Richard Seletswane. What has happened at SuperSport Park? Lazard Williams skipped down the wicket. Only manages the top edge. And it's the 9th one down now.
Well, left-hand batsman with that little bit of rough. It's nothing hectic, it's just a little bit of rough outside the off stump. But I think it played on his mind. Yeah, you see Fortuin hit the patch. And Williams was just down the pitch, getting out in hope more than anything else. But that's another big blow, and not the brightest cricket by Lazard Williams. He showed his capabilities with the bat in the first innings with that 44. And unfortunately, today he's gone for a second ball duck. And that is stumps. That brings to an end a remarkable day for the DP World Lions.
Incredible day's play. That's the final wicket. Lazard Williams skipping down the wicket, trying to hoik Bjorn Fortuin onto the leg side. And these are fantastic scenes. Sia Plaatje being clapped off along with Delano Potgieter because he's 99. Was also a catalyst in the DP World Lions wrestling the advantage back onto their side. Fine performance from the youngster. 5 for 54. And some really big wickets in those 5 that he got. The match summary. Well, it's a positive one for the DP World Lions. First innings, they just got ahead. 386 all out. Gave them a slender lead. But this third innings has been the one that's been so impressive. How they've bowled with a lot of determination and heart. Led by a man that's on debut for them, Sia Plaatje, 5 for 54. And late on day 3, Bjorn Fortuin with those 2 late wickets. It means Ken Borland, the momentum multiplied Titans, are in a very difficult position. Just 124 runs ahead with the full day's play ahead on day 4.
Well, how remarkably this game has changed today. At the start today, the Lions were 99 runs behind with just 4 wickets left in their innings. And now they are in really firm control. Sia Plaatje, the hero with the ball. As you see there, he started with the wicket of Jorik van Skalkwyk in a fantastic over. This was the run out of Junior Dala. Not the greatest single, but Dala slow to set off as well. And just some other highlights from today. But DP World Lions have really seized control of this match. Massive wicket that of Luandere Pretorius. Moon Sammy followed soon after. And then Diane Khalim first ball. Lions absolutely rampant in the last hour of today's play. Bjorn Fortuin then putting on the cherry on top with one that just scooted through low to dismiss Donovan Ferreira, clean bowled. And then Lazard Williams, what was he thinking? Was he thinking at all? So 142 for 9, the Titans closed. Just 124 runs ahead. Delano Potgieter 99 and Sia Plaatje 5 for 54. The undoubted heroes of this, well, amazing third day. The dreaded third innings syndrome striking again, Peter. We spoke about it during the day that as soon as the Lions kind of got parity on the first innings, it put the Titans under pressure because you're then trying to make a play, you're trying to move the game forward. It's a difficult situation. You're thinking about a declaration, how to time it, how far should we go, and then suddenly you end up being in serious trouble, battling for survival. And well, sadly they've only got 1 wicket left now in their second innings.
Yeah, some key moments also, Ken Borland, and just a unaware piece of cricket, and also from the momentum multiplied Titans, having to send Junior Dala out to bat, open the batting alongside Jorik van Skalkwyk, just sort of disorganized them. Sejo Senokwane obviously off the park for the last few minutes at the end of that momentum multiplied Titans. In fact, the DP World batting innings. Just few moments, key moments that have contributed in this rather unfortunate performance on third innings. And their second innings, the momentum multiplied Titans. It's the end of an enthralling day's play here, especially this last session where a number of wickets fell, and they fell in favor of the DP World Lions. 142 for 9 at the end of day 3. And you would want to be here at the start of day 4 because it promises to be a thrilling finish to this round 3 of the CSA 4-day series clash between these two great sides. From myself, Ken Boland, and of course Pierre de Bruin, who was so excellent on the mic this afternoon. It's a very good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.